Now YouTube's actually working. That took some kicking. Absolute kicking. Now, I believe found one source of instability. Make sure the call update inside your lock. Back into crazy stress testing. Just destroying everything. Alright. See if anything crashes. Destroy everything. Maximum firepower. No? Okay. In that case, let's turn off the spam. Man, the more I play my own game, the more I just want to play with a gamepad and nothing else. I just want to have be able nice, fluid gamepad controls. So annoying to be stuck on this wall of block. Is this the only block that's annoying? Is there anything else? Either need to make a different cut, or I can angle his shot a little bit so it doesn't block me. Cause that is pretty annoying. What you got, bad boys? Well, where's the crash? I don't see no crashes no more. Alright, I think it's time to laser everything to the face. Let's give laser some firepower, some absolute massive... Oh, come on. Fine. Fine. I'll do it in the settings. I'm in skill, laser starting at 60 damage per second. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yeah. Nothing stands in my path. Absolutely nothing. Everything will be absolutely destroyed. Let's see. Let's see. How bad does this physics spike in this case? Pretty bad, but it is a debug build. But that's fine. Oh my god, look at that spike over 3. Then it goes up pretty fast. Now, one way to address this is to keep a careful track of the number of active wall debris. And once you go past your number, just don't spawn that thing anymore. This is annoying, those bottom chunks. Impossible to aim unless you right click on the mouse. Well, even that could be difficult. It's annoying. Maybe I should make more cuts of the walls so that they're more vertical, so there's no low pieces at the bottom. Yeah, so crap like that doesn't happen, because that's annoying. Either that, or I can do a little bit of math computation and just point the laser down at that wall in front of you, if there's no other targets. Maybe. I haven't not edited any sound effects for the walls falling apart. I was thinking of adding a sound effect every time a collision happened for the wall, but that might be a problem with so many things breaking off. I'll have to see if audio library can actually handle playing that and mixing that many sounds. I have to do the same thing, limiting the sound just to the nearest walls, not just everything. Oh, game dev, it's all about being highly economical of everything. Ooh. Finally caught this. It sure took a while. But I did find you again. So this waited for 5 milliseconds. And still... Okay. But nothing else is happening in the background. I think somehow... Wait, what is this? Continue grabbing a log. So that means it just finished processing the nav mesh. So it is waiting for that thing to be done. Although, why do I do this? By the time this one is done, he already writes everything out here. think I need it. Or do I? It's processing false, finish true. Hey Gigi, yeah. I'm stress testing the crap out of a system. That's why I gave the laser the ultimate power. I'll make this one be ultra fast to shoot, which is actually so satisfying. I just have to be destroying everything. The laser is a better stress test because it got piercing effects. Just pierces like there's no business. You know what? Let's do this. So this is a debug build. which does drop frames a little bit. Let's switch to release build. I want to see what happens there. Let's hope my Intel CPU doesn't just blue screen again. I have a problem. My Intel CPU sometimes blue screens when I'm compiling release builds. So annoying. Obnoxiously annoying. Actually, to make sure my Intel settings are at the happy settings. Looks like we're good. Come on. Yeah, I'm still in the lowered settings. Good. Alright, release build. Show me what you got. Full screen this thing. Okay. Let's go on Rampage. So physics still likes... Yeah, it's really weird. Before that I also had a problem of Blender. When I kick out Blender to compute a particularly complicated mesh for ambient occlusion texture, it would just blue screen hard. At one point I actually corrupted my Blender file and corrupted my entire Git repository. I had to rebuild all that from scratch. I had to pull down my another fresh copy. Luckily I used version control, so I didn't lose anything, but it was annoying. Right, so this definitely stress tests physics pretty hard. But so physics is definitely complaining. But this one, but the actual frame rate is dropping. I want to make sure it stays at 144 frames a second. The 4K resolution. I want full power. I think I will still want to add a manager for this wall debris. So there's like a maximum simultaneous allowed count. Because I don't want to drop frames. A drop or remove not spawn some extra objects over dropping frames. Because I'm running on the beast of the machine, which I understand. Let's see how my my supposedly faster renderer does. Let's see. Does it drop frames? Do I need to do mesh instancing yet, or is it good enough? So I get it, physics hate me, that's fine. I do need to add implementation of ambient occlusion for this renderer as well. Should be just a few lines of code on the shader. Explosions. I really should enable ambient occlusion for this mode as well. Oh, you know what? Let's run this on the integrated graphics. Just for fun. Because right now I'm running on the 3090. So let's ooh. Oh. I meant to shut down the thing. Occasionally, what's it called? Stack crashing or shutdown. Now, shutdown crashes, they're almost minor, but I do want to know. What just copy paste in here. Bro, come on. Don't give me this. I want to just copy this whole thing. I guess it wants me to do source pass. Sure, here we go. I don't care, just keep this information here. I'll take a look at that later. Let's go into integrated CPU test. No GPU required this time. Now I do know that the by default frame rate will suck because integrated GPU cannot handle high resolution. But the good news is once you bring it to something closer to like 1K resolution, like here, it will be fine. Let's see. I'm still getting 60 at this resolution. And this is running on Intel UHD graphics. As long as like a 1K resolution is fine. This makes me think I should implement the full screen support. That way I can play as 1K on my full screen. But still getting 60 frames still. Can't complain too hard. Okay. And let's do this. I think I should indeed. Yeah, I should just add the ambient occlusion for this thing. Yeah, because I need this little darkness here. That's what I need. And it's missing currently in that. This would be for PBR, right? Yes. Alright, let's do a little bit of shader work. Nav mesh fixes flash certs. Various earlier screenshots. It's fine. Yeah, I need my shaders. Let's see. Shaders. This is PBR non-skinned. Yeah, it has to be this one. Yeah, I might as well do it now before I forget. Because I did this for my ray trace shaders, but not for this one. So I need to pass these values into the shader. should I do here? Hey, Damia. What's cracking? I'm cracking walls and other walls and all kinds of things. Now, why decide what to think? Why decide what to work on next? First, I'm gonna quickly add this texture support into the my non-ray tracing rendering path, because right now it doesn't apply that little darkness shader, little darkness texture to it. So this would have to be in the G buffer pass. Hey, Benny, what's cracking? Enjoy the fantasy music in the background while I spend a few minutes tinkering on the shaders. The simple non-ray tracing shaders. Let's see. Yeah. So drawing non-skinned with PBR, good. Yeah, so whatever I'm pushing needs to be done here. Yeah, I think I need to extend this structure. AO override. Because that is going to the shader. Now my shader is very brain dead simple, so it's not too difficult. You just move that involves like 1,000 little tiny steps when you initially set up everything from scratch. Because usually if you just play around with shaders in general as an idea, then something like Shader Toy is a great thing. Because you could just like write your shader here, bam, does something on the screen. So you can play around with values. And I think it will just... Does it I think it auto-compiles, right? Oh no. No, it doesn't. Yeah. So you need to hit compile to actually get it running. But this is where you can test either shader very quickly and try different things, but none of that really helps me a whole lot. So the actual shader is this bad boy. And net structure is where? Yes, fragment push. This is a push, right? Yeah, material override and receive shadows. Material override, receive shadows, yeah. So add a new thing here. I guess I can do the quick thing first. Just do that. And I need to make sure to update the shader as well. Right? Okay. Now somewhere here, I take into account that. Override. Usually shaders don't like if-else statements, but I don't care. It runs fast enough so far. So if there's an override, it will sample the texture for this bad boy. And also all it does is get the texture, the pixel, particularly UV location, and then just gets the first value, the red. In this particular texture, my AO ambient occlusion textures, they actually just like grayscale pictures like this. You know, what it does is that for there's a triangle here laid out for different parts of the wall, and it samples, is this a white point, is it a dark point? And based on that, it multiplies your color, and that way it mimics the darkening of particular the right spots. And the actual texture is created using Blender anyway to bake it out. I think that's all the change I need. Let's see. Let's see if anything complains loudly. Let's see, GPU crash or no GPU crash? Hey, look at that. Suddenly I have it. So what was the change? Change was to add the fragment push for this variable. So that's the C++ side. And the shader side was the same thing where you match the structure and use it and abuse it. Yeah. Did I export my robot in the bad way? But anyway. Alright. So now it looks fine. Let's do some stress testing hard. Right now we have mega strong laser. Mega strong. Bro, this is not cool that I cannot go for this. It's not cool. Oh, you know what I want to watch? I want to watch the GPU timings. Because I can see CPU frame dropping. But what about the actual GPU? Is it struggling at all? The answer is no. GPU doesn't care. It doesn't give a single front door, but that. I guess it goes up by half a millisecond, maybe up to 1 millisecond more. That probably has to do with too many little separate object draw calls. Yeah, I'll probably have to add instancing support to reduce number of draw calls in cases like that at some point. What are my PC specs? This is a RTX 3090, 3090, and I have Intel i9 2-year-old CPU. It's fairly powerful. Pretty much a beast machine. Which is what I like to run as my game and debug build. So that, because debug build is usually very slow to run on. So if my massive monster can run it well in debug build, then a very high chance not having any problems on other people's machines. I think at some point I might actually maybe like buy some kind of cheap computer or laptop. Or maybe just get feedback from other people. See what kind of frame rate collecting. Oh, maybe what I need to... Yeah, I had this idea before. Let me write it down before I forget. Add a stress test level that captures the FPS. least that way, without buying computers, I can just get the results of somebody running through. Because actually I can automate this. I can just have automatic input of a player just running around, just destroying everything exactly the same way like I'm doing. And then see if it works. Oh, you know what would be nasty? Create a test level with automated player inputs. And they just leave it running overnight. And that's gonna be nasty. Because if a game can survive that, it's fine. I want to do something else. Let's see, is the process memory, am I leaking anything? 1, 3 to 4, 3 to 5. Because I have a worry of not misusing physics somehow. But the memory seems stable. I'm not seeing it go up. A little bit. I did see, yeah, the character would do exactly this way. And I think I could do that simply by placing all the connecting portals exactly the same locations. So you could just move. And almost like in a straight line. Because they do have auto aim, so it's not a big deal. In worst case, you can always add a little bit of wiggle to the inputs. And you can stress that swing hard. Because I am doing a bunch of wild things. Of everything here. It'll be good to make sure it's good. Because this powerful GPU doesn't care. The thing is, all my objects are such that I destroyed. They have such simple mesh counts. It's almost not a big deal. But I still might want to do instancing. Might as well link that instancing thing. Let me see. Welcome mesh instancing. Maybe more like OpenGL. For a simpler introduction. Yeah, instancing. Yeah, because usually you would draw all different objects separately of that call, but you don't want to do that. Instead, you want to pack them up as one call in some fashion, and then it becomes a single call for everything. Like that. Except this is the easy path, the easy API of OpenGL. That's easy enough to use. Well, Vulkan's going to be a little more verbose, a lot more. But it'll solve a lot of problems. Nevertheless, I did see a few crashes earlier today, but I think I got rid of a lot of issues, as far as I can see. I did see a crash in well, Vulkan render earlier today. Too much sure where that comes from. Let me see. That's my update frame rate. Oh, okay. It's pretty fast. Yeah, I'm updating physics really freaking fast. Yeah, I can definitely show FPS. Earlier today I was looking at the physics frame rate and this CPU frame rate. However, keep in mind this is debug build, so it is made to struggle. Because by default, like in the beginning, physics frame rate is just like half a millisecond, and then it does go up into like 3 millisecond range. So that's why the frame rate dips below 144 and down to 100. On the other hand, my game is not designed to have this much destruction at the same time. Not really meant to do that. Oh, just locks onto that spot, doesn't let go. Oh, that's an interesting bug. So if the last dude died and he's still holding the attack, it's not gonna switch away from it. Alright, let's write it down. Technically also put that into my Azure tickets, but too much trouble. Also have a big spike in debug builds is anytime I load a new level, you also have a high spike. Also same spike when you unload a level. But on release build, you don't notice it. Yeah, just that the laser is the most destructive one, because at least this one doesn't pierce through, so it takes a while to break everything, whereas laser just destroys absolutely everything in a piercing fashion. So it is pretty nasty. It's definitely the biggest stress test in my system. Can't hide from me. Yeah. Well, just for hell of it, let's switch into release build to see how it looks in the real build. Alright, come on Intel, do not blue screen on me now. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Let's go. Let's go. Here's graph, physics. Alright. Let the mayhem commence. Yes, this is a lot steadier. You have to try very hard to drop below 144 frames. Like, really hard. And that 144, by the way, is locked to the refresh rate of my monitor. Let me unlock the this thing off. Oh, look at that frame rate. My GPU is going crazy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Physics still spikes. That's for sure. But all the game logic now runs just blazingly fast. Look at that. Frame rate up at the top is like a millisecond. Which is almost all just physics. I could actually optimize this. I could put physics like on a separate thread. So that while I'm rendering to Vulkan, I compute the physics on a different thread. So it would make it run even faster. Yeah. My one and only graphical setting in the game. Do I have damage on or not? So I do have numbers on. Okay, cool. So yeah. And this is actually not even full release build. I still have a few things that are being done that are not happy release mode. Have another toggle to do, but good enough. Alright, I think I'm satisfied with stability. At least I can't let it crash. Cannot get it to crash again. Hey, Juju, see a question now about instancing. How does it compare to pipeline state objects? Usually ignore optimizing states and shaded variables, but those important. So the funny thing, I'm actually pretty much complete of all the areas in game dev. I know the least amount about graphics. Even though I built this renderer from scratch and Vulkan and all that, my knowledge is fairly limited. So Vulkan has different naming. I started to text develop, but I don't know the names all that much. So Vulkan doesn't really call them pipeline state objects. Got small like OpenGL names. So you do have context switching for different shader. You need like switch to a different type of pipeline state information. So I guess that's the same thing. So before you can call a drawer, you have to give the context for that command, and that involves what shader to run and so on. And so usually you want to make sure you switch that the least amount as possible. So in my case, what I do is, because I know exactly what to do in my game, here's an example. My G buffer pass. It's going to be easier to understand versus crazy ass ray tracing setup. So what happens here is this whole big function. This is that build command buffer. This is essentially your drawer. Okay. So ignoring all that setup. This clears the screen. Ignore that. So this is when I actually do the actual real drawing. So in this case, I know what to draw, so I drew. All right, let's draw first all the simple meshes of simple things. In that case, I know they're all going to share exactly the same pipeline. So I just bind that pipeline once, and then I run through all objects of that type, and for all of them, I call a draw. Just the same thing. In this case, there was no switch. I even have all my meshes in one GPU buffer. So I don't change, I don't have to rebind meshes in any way. You just single pipeline call, and then for like 1,000 objects, just do a draw call of exactly the same pipeline state. And then I go to the next one, which is a different shader. And I go like, all right, any meshes that have physically based rendering shader settings that use that pipeline, run it through. And then for animated meshes, which is a different pipeline. So because of that, I only have like maybe like 4 or 5 switches for the whole frame, and everything outside of it just render call. I mean, just a draw call. So because of that, I minimize all switches in context really hard by having a manual pass. Because usually big engines like Unreal, what they do is, yeah, you know what? From what I've seen, I'm observing, because what you can do actually, let me do this. So usually, capturing the calls that goes to the driver is too much information for you, because you would be using some existing game engine that's gonna shove a whole bunch of stuff at you. But in my case, this is my code. So this is running right now under NVIDIA debugger. So at any time I can be like, capture the frame, let's see what's happening everywhere. So this debugger, you can actually see step by step what's happening. I thought it would be, oh wait, this is, I captured the wrong thing. This is ray tracing. Ray tracing is too complicated to explain, so let me ignore this. Let me switch to simple mode. Capture this frame. This will be easy to explain. This is where you can see how the game slowly draws everything. So this is actually drawing a shadow map. It's really cool because I know exactly what I'm doing here, so I can explain every little pixel what's going on there. So this is builds different objects in a simple way to tell me like, hey, where the shadows will be. Because this basically draws the distance to all the objects being drawn. So it draws the map, all the parts of the different cells, right? But from a point of view of the light source, not the camera that you're looking at. And so you can actually see the character built out there. So now I have information for how far objects are from the light source point of view. So now I can draw the real scene from a camera point of view. Now here you don't see it, but actually applies that shadow texture from previous pass. And you can also see how it draws the little triangles separately for little parts. And you can see that it has drawn the shadow of the character, but the character hasn't been drawn yet because it grabs the shadow information from the shadow map. But right now, just drawing just aesthetic objects. They haven't gotten to the skin meshes yet, right? And so, yeah, everything is just static here, you can see. And then once everything is done here, it will go to drawing the skin meshes, animated mesh at some point, right? Here you go. This was the first few skin meshes for the character, then the rest. And then this next one. Oh, I think some of this is. Oops. Oh, I think some of this is. It does tone mapping and anti-aliasing full screen pass, which is why you can see this big triangle going across the screen. That's a full screen pass to do like blurring and tone mapping, whatnot. And then you can see specific paths for UI. So this is my UI, so you can actually see like every little font is actually two pair of triangles in a picture from the font atlas being pointed directly at it. So yeah, everything is drawn separate like that. And then I'm GUI gets drawn separately by itself as well. So you can see every little step. And then when you go here, this is your, yeah, this is happening every frame. This is happening right now 144 times a second on my machine, yes. So that's, yeah, it's good to know all that. So now when you go to your debugger, these are all the events that happen to this frame. So in this case, I can actually go for it, like, I'd be like, all right. So for example, this is where the pipeline, yeah, this is where grabbing the pipeline, assigning a pipeline to do drawer and for like little objects. And so that's why you can see there's a bind pipeline here, and then just a bunch of draw index, draw index, and draw index. It's a lot of them call this over and over again. So if there's a way to do this in one operation as opposed to many, and that would save a lot of CPU time. So that's why you do instancing. I think in the case what you would do, you create like one giant buffer where you save information about each call, and then execute one call to do that whole thing as a batch. Because yeah, this just finished and then switches to the next pipeline and does the same thing over again. And so on. But nothing you can do here now once in this view. You can actually sort by what was the most expensive on CPU versus GPU, right? For each call. And you can be like, so this is what I used to do. I used to go through and I just deleted anything that was expensive. Another thing, like in Vulkan API, what's expensive is updating descriptor sets, kind of updating the pipeline state cache in a way. So I tried very hard to remove every single one that I could. So that's why I don't have any expensive calls on CPU for sure. It's all just bland. Now I'll do the same thing in GPU. This is GPU cost. And so yeah, there's definitely cost for each draw index, so it'd be nice to reduce it. If you can have just one single call. Yeah, and the most expensive one would be Command Dispatch. That's actually a compute shader that I think processes it's something called the FXAA anti-aliasing thing. Oh, this actually shows you the what's the cost was on the frame in terms of portion. So you can see shutter calculation was like the first major step. Then G-buff is where you draw the main colors on the screen. So like by this point you have some. This is the way you're getting some color information. Yeah. And that's for when you finalize everything and you draw UI. So this is where I can see that my UI computation right now is just tiny. I spent almost nothing in UI and my GUI is very fast. It's almost all information, almost time spent in drawing basic objects. Yeah. So before what I saw was being slow. Anytime you like allocate GPU memory, then this would immediately show up here. It would take my CPU. It took my frame time pretty hard. So I spent a bunch of time removing all that nonsense. So because of that, my render just flies. Yeah, so as far as for draw call count, like even now my draw call count is not that crazy, but maybe once you get into like 10,000 draw calls, which I'm not there yet, then yeah, it's gonna be a problem. So eventually. But nowadays I don't even need to go to that render anymore. If I'm just looking for overall view, I have my built-in profiler by asking GPU to give me numbers, so I can see how much each stage of rendering a frame took. So if ever I'm hitting like a crazy frame prompts, I can just refer to this portion and see what the hell's going on. That's the power of having your own code, your own engine. You both learn as an engineer a lot, and also you know exactly where to fix something. Unless it's a bad GPU crash. GPU crashes can be so nasty to figure out. My goodness. Ray tracing is on only 1.5 seconds. Well, so ray tracing is primarily depends on your how many pixels you have. Because I send out a ray trace for every pixel. So if we reduce resolution, it will drop to almost nothing. But 4K, this is 4K resolution. Yeah, this is when it goes up. So versus ray tracing is actually so ray tracing is very different from the way usually you draw things. Usually when you draw things, you have something called like you do shadow map calculation, and then you do G-buffer, which is G-buffer. I just called it something where you just draw all objects that have color on them, pretty much. And you draw like one object at a time. Whereas ray tracing is different, radically different. What actually happens is you build out like a fake world. You know, I bet I can actually capture this. Let me capture this in the inside. Alright, take care, Biddy. Benny. Let's see. It's been a while since I looked. Let's go. Capture it. Alright. Did I not capture it? Yeah, ray tracing is a bit different. It draws right away. Mr. Ray tracing. Context. There you go. I found it. So this is actually happens on the internally on GPU that you don't see. It actually creates this fake acceleration structure. And so then all the rays are cast inside this like virtual world. So you build this once every frame. For each frame is built from scratch every time. At different colors, the different objects, different instances of different things that you can see. And so some of them are players, some of them are not. And then the rays are cast on this object per pixel. Which is why when you run the game, there's a different cost here. There's one for... So our Excel build is the when you build in that virtual structure. That's still fairly fast. I don't have that many objects around. And then ray tracing is when you ray trace for each pixel. Now in my case, I do very little ray tracing. Usually people put insane amount into it with like the ray will bounce 1,000 times. Well, might bounce in different ways and so on. I have very few bounces. I think I have like one bounce for the shadows, and one more bounce for kind of reflection and environment, so that you can see little reflections on the wall. Especially if you destroy this part, you can see a reflection of the character there. But your ray tracing just such a radically different approach. There's also very few tutorials on it. Like I had a lot of samples to take from for regular rendering. Like that's why I learned how to do shadow generation just from tutorials. Oftentimes from the old OpenGL tutorials. But ray tracing is a different beast. There are some examples on NVIDIA and Sasha Vulkan samples on GitHub. A lot of it there, but still it's a lot to figure out on your own. Like there's a lot of books on how to do rendering, just usual rendering, but for ray tracing, just so few and far between. Except for like Ray Tracing Gem, book 1 and 2. That's something, but even that one is, I don't know. That was more like almost like a more academic. Like you need a lot of knowledge to be able to use that book. Alright. I think I need to select the feature to work on. I did add ambient occlusion overrides to this render. So now at least it matches. I still have wrong tone mapping somehow here. I used to have such pretty colors in this rendering mode, but then I messed it up somehow. Somehow messed it up, very sad. I'll have to look through this at some point. It's either tone mapping or something of the exposure settings. Maybe at least this. It's a little closer in style. Yeah, we need to do mesh instancing like really soon. Because my regular render is again running slower than my ray traced. Because ray tracing comes with built-in instancing on its own. So it has less issues. Like, should I actually work on mesh instancing now? It's not a big deal yet. I want to work on something fun instead. Because I have choices between mesh instancing to speed up the low quality render. I can also start implementing inverse kinematics for to improve the liveliness of the character, so that the hands can move and point independently from the body animation. That would look pretty sweet. And then I can do like double laser in each hand, pointing at different enemies. As an example. It'd be pretty slick. On the other hand, as fun as IK is, there's gonna be such a small portion of the screen because the character is fairly small and slim. Probably a bit for later. Oh yeah, I did want to finish implementing, restarting the game when you get destroyed by robots. Right now this is broken. Let's see. Write support for non-NT renderer. Let's see, interesting changes. About that. Let's do it. Proper player respawn. Mesh instancing might be interesting, because you're trading all those many draw calls, but then you need to create a buffer and send it from CPU to GPU in every frame, which is fine, but yeah. You have to decide if you need to update it all the time or not. You might need to. Because you have to write the position of the object, and you can have object data. It's not going to be the smallest buffer there is. Have to see. But for now, back to gameplay. What I need is make sure when the player gets low on health. Speaking of which. Let's have her serve less health. That's the way when she meets a robot. So I get reset fast right away. Because right now this is broken. Well, this time I actually get put somewhere. But I think if I go somewhere far away from that block. Make sure it despawns fully. Now it's gonna appear nowhere. Or just not where it needs to be. As opposed to appearing in a place like this. Okay. Alright, so I think this one can spawn a brand new level, delete everything prior. Yeah, this is the logic right now. But it needs to spawn a new level first. Maybe something like spawn, load, respawn level. Right, okay. That just moves the logic, doesn't do anything new yet. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh yeah. I respawn once. Okay. So back to original logic, so now where's my logic that loads this? Somewhere here. Okay. So this will load the save map. Actually, this, I believe, needs to do some cleanup potentially. Might be more than one map to actually to unload. I should just go for an entire grid pool and do it for every grid. Current maps. Right, I think it looks good. Which will go then? Spawn it for me. It looks decent. Logically speaking. Hey, stop hitting each other. Alright. Unload everything here, good. Load new one in. Good. Spawn them all again. And now I'm hoping... Oh, NavMash needs to be recomputed as well. Well, let's see what happens here. Maybe doesn't seem like it's needed too hard. Ooh. So it did work. However, I wasn't able to move for a moment there. Maybe NavMesh is failing to update somehow there. Bring it. Bring it. Oh. Actually, I can't actually attack up close. That's funny. That is funny. No? Let's do it again without breakpoints. No, I think I did see one issue when I was debugging. Which is that I think I'm not deleting the projectiles on the reset. So let's see. Just want to take it forever. Yeah. Those little things are still flying and sometimes they hit the level you load on. Now, once you're far away, it's probably not gonna be as big of a deal. So like there. Yeah. But yeah, there's no reason to have that running. Yeah, interesting. So the controller worked right away. Let me disconnect the controller. That's just the mouse. Man, my mouse has gotten so buggy. It's so weird. Like, keyboard's always good, but the mouse beginning to freak out. It's so weird. Like, I'm just holding down the mouse, but something doesn't respond at all. That is sad. I'm not sure what happened. But the gamepad is perfect. Just perfect. Let's put that on to-do list. Okay, but otherwise it's good. Okay, player respawn implemented. So basic thing to get started. And with that I could actually customize a whole new special level for when you're respawning, so you don't necessarily have to go back to tutorial map. But for now this is fine. This is fine. Character level 10, excellent. Don't have any tooltips yet, but it'd be cool tooltip for some stuff. Alright. That out of the way. Could just go back into gameplay, adding items, and building out the first level experience. Especially for gamepad. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fix that mouse thing. Like, why is mouse clicking suddenly broken? Like, it only gives input sometimes. Now it's fine. Huh. Let's do it. I do need to fix movement stops if I'm looking at the wall debris. That's not cool. Let's do that. When I'm looking at the wall debris, I still want it to move. Pause. Why is CPU going wild? No idea. No idea. Actually, I am starting to get hungry. Might be some time to cook a steak up. Alright. Right, I have to fix this annoyance of the mouse. This is for finding targets. I don't care. This is when it's looking in the world. And see what kind of things we're hitting. Stop at first study bunny, I don't care. Hit on walkable. I should be hitting this, right? Why? Okay. So I do get information about the actual walkable thing I clicked on. Maybe. I'm just not using that information the right way. Yeah, this is where it does the movement, and it only looks at the first hit. It needs to look... right? I always try to do it on the first hit. Let's see, who's else using first hit? Might be fine. Let me see. Yeah, so still wants to go. Even if I'm pointing at the robot, it will still try to go there. Good. All debris ignored. Good. Now staring it directly at the wall. It says there's no path. That's annoying. So that part is good. Yeah, like here it tips. Oh yeah, sometimes gives up. Interesting. But there are times when you're looking just at the top, like here, and it doesn't want to go. I'm curious in those cases. Oh, I just got reset. Man. Oh yeah, there you go. This is where the broken input state. Why? Why? And the mouse sees. Huh. Okay. Is it just not... Okay, I don't care about items. This is walkable though. It never gets here. I might need to mark blocks as something you can walk on as opposed to a wall and obstacle. But even so, why is this not getting true? Let's see, player input state. Yeah. Because here it has move, hold, something breaks it. It's weird. It's nothing. Navigate to click. Just can't ignore it as well. Huh. So weird. mouse row input and world input. Yeah, here is down, so the nose is down and being held. Move hold. Was there more stuff going on? Might want to separate this logic up. Where I have one pass for specifically clicking, another one when just mouse moves around. Because combining this is a little more annoying to debug. That's so weird. So weird. Because it's held down. I can see it there. Maybe just something somewhere quietly resets it. There's any chance of that? I don't think so. Hmm. Somehow it depends what I click on. I'm gonna have to print more state information somewhere. I need to know more information to figure out what is going on. Here it works, but not there. So odd. I'm just gonna start cooking steak. Steak cooking is in progress. WSD is fine. You know what? I think the pattern is if the first object is walkable, then it somehow has prompts. Let's do that. Wait, it doesn't even get there. Wait. Really? Is it possible it's getting no hits? Oh yeah, it's gonna be 1 pound of steak. That is gonna be sweet. Absolutely sweet. Alright, let's see. No, it doesn't even get there. Okay. So let's see. Why does it bail out? It found 2 in the same exact position. Found 2 entities. Okay. There's some dead entity. What the hell is that entity? I don't even know. Oh. Oh, I see. That is a silly check. But yeah, what's the dead entity I'm hitting? I don't know. I don't know. But huh. I have no idea what could be the dead entity there. Huh. But I really don't care about any of this, to be honest. Like, why am I doing this? Maybe I should just skip anything that's not a valid entity. How about that? So first hit won't be that. Yeah, I'll just skip any entity that's not valid and alive. How about that? Stop doing this. I think I can just ignore this entirely. Yeah, so this, I should get rid of any other change I've made. Don't need this. Oh my god. It's really massive, so many things. Might be destroyed with the whole file at this point. Let's do that. Okay. There you go. Yeah, but I was hitting some object that was dead. Suspicious. Highly suspicious. That said, oops. Need some water. Be back. Alright, 5 more minutes until it's steak time. And I shall consume 1 pound of steak. So, but what is it? Hit. Let's see. Okay. Lord, do I have a set name? I don't think I do, to be honest. Uh-huh. Oh, well, yeah, because I'm deleting things. That makes sense. Well, yeah, I don't set any names, which isn't gonna help me tremendously much. Two, 1, 3, 4. Something was removed. Alright. Let's give names to every physical object. Hey Google, stop. Alright. Let's take much in time. You know what? I'm gonna watch some really good video. How do I do that? I think there's a new breakdown that you can do.
I don't have time. I'm trying to get to these.
Let's see. No, I don't see anything.
Because it's super complicated to implement. I mean, not so much like directly, but there's just tons of like trade-offs that you need to make all the time. Like you can't render any a bunch of stuff you can.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. Really.
Amazing episode of Indie Game Business, and today we've got our special guest Chris Sikowski from howtomarketagame.com with the golden microphone, the golden voice, and the golden microphone. And we're not going to do the whole tell us how you got in the game industry thing, because if you want to know that, just look up Chris Sikowski on our YouTube videos. He's been on, this will be the fifth time.
No, he's got to be more than 5. We'll Google it. We'll look it up. But
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
you're one of our esteemed guests. But yeah, so the way all of this is going to work today, Chris has got a whole thing he's going to run through on 30 questions or 30 mistakes that you're going to not hopefully make on your launch. And then afterwards, we'll do questions. But if you have questions in the meantime or during the talk or whatever, post them in chat and we will address them later. But yeah, with that, let's make our job easier and just put Chris in charge.
Yeah, and also it's not on Discord because there's a visual presentation. So, yeah, you got faked out. It's not on Discord.
No, bring it to where it's real, right here on video.
Right.
All right. So I promised 30 minutes. So here's my timer. I'm gonna try and do it. 30 minutes, 30 mistakes. Let's get to it here now. I've seen a lot of Q&As. I do a lot of Q&As. I'm doing one right after this. And there's always a question, what is the number one mistake you see indies doing? And there is no one mistake. There's 30 mistakes, and we're going to do it in 30 minutes. This is me, Chris Zukowski from howtomarketagame.com. That's me. I write a weekly blog, and I counted it up last year and said, like, how much did I actually write? It's 90,000 words. And I was like, how much is 90,000 words? And then I looked up how long novels are, and they're about 90,000 words. So every year I write a novel about Steam, and I've been doing this for 5 years. So I've written 5 novels for Steam about Steam and indie game development. And I do it for free. Like I write this blog for free. So howtomarketagame.com/free is where you get it. That's how you subscribe to my one novel per year about Steam. And I've been doing this long enough. I'm starting to show up in game credits now. This is Tiny Glade. They just reached 1 million wish lists, and I got placed right under their moms. So it's like their moms, they thank their moms, and then they thanked me. So I was like, this is too cute. This is too cool. And I know I should be cool about this, but I'm not. I'm like so overjoyed. I'm like, my eyes are watering. And so I was in luck to be a landlord. Chris Zukowski has to be broken onto 2 lines. It's a long name. Luckily, he didn't say Christopher Zukowski, but I'm in luck to be a landlord. That is such a cool game. I'm just over the moon. Like, I know I should be cool about this, but I'm not. I'm a total fanboy. So there it is. This is how to get my 5 novels per year, or 5 novels over 5 years, novel per year about how to do Steam. So I'm going to talk about a lot of mistakes. You've probably made some. I know I have. So just realize the mistake's just a lesson you haven't learned yet. So hopefully let's learn a bunch of lessons today, and then you don't have to make those mistakes. All right. I broke this into 5 parts, or 4 parts. I always have problems with the Roman numerals. 4 parts. Mistakes you can't take back. And we all know we've made some of those. Steam page mistakes, communication mistakes, business mistakes. All these covered today. And how much time do I have left? How many minutes do I have left? We got 2 minutes. I've already spent 2 minutes talking about myself. So let's go. Part 1, mistakes you can't take back. All right, you launched into early access to get some feedback. That is not too good. I did some analysis. Early access is your launch. When you go into early access, once somebody can lay money down and get your game, the die is cast, the concrete is set, everything is there. You can't go back. Steam makes a big judgment about your game. Everybody does once your game goes on sale. So if you just casually drop into early access, that's your launch. And I did some analysis. I looked at every early access game that has done early access and then 1.0 in their translation, the transition between the two. And I looked at the first month of early access and the first month of their 1.0 launch. And I found that if you have 10 reviews in your first month, 10 to 50 reviews, you have a 0.1%, a 1% chance of actually succeeding. And success, in my definitions, is 1,000 reviews by 1.0. It is very hard to come out of an early access launch that is soft. Even if you get 250 reviews in the first month of early access, you still only have about a 30% chance, 35% chance to then turn that into a 1,000 review launch. Early access is your launch. Don't treat it as getting feedback, okay? If you want feedback on your game, do an in-person playtest, remote playtest, do a beta, put your game up on itch.io, like a sliver of it. This is how you get feedback, not early access. Don't do it for early access, okay? Mistake number 2 is finishing your game and then doing some marketing at the end. We all know this one. But Steam, Valve put out this data, and they found that if your game's Steam page is up at least 6 months, you do so much better than if you just put it out after a short marketing period. You need a long runway to do this stuff. And people always say, well, if I put it out for too long, then my wish list will go bad. People will get tired of me. Gamers will get tired. Wish lists aren't milk. I did some analysis on this game that I consulted for Zero Siebert. Over the years, their wish lists do not age out. This is somebody who wish listed it at this time. They converted just as well as somebody who wish listed it like a couple months just before launch. So wish lists don't get old. Get that Steam page up. Do some marketing. Even a game that was out for 3.5 years, this is their conversion rate by the date that they originally wish listed it. It is steady as a rock right here. This is how long those wish lists have aged. They do not age poorly. It is not milk. All right, number 3 is waiting until the last minute to launch your Steam page. This is a big mistake that I see some indies make. They get into a big festival, or like they've got some big promotion coming, and like the last step I got to do is just get that Steam page reviewed. Don't wait on this, okay? It can be last minute stuff. There's a whole checklist of stuff you have to do to get approved by Valve before you put your page up live, your coming soon page. Get all that done, get that approved, because you don't have to launch immediately. You can get your page approved months in advance. And then just before the big, like announce, maybe you got some big promotion coming up, like you're going to be in the PC gaming show. You want that Steam page live for that thing. And you have to keep it under wraps. Just don't push that last button, okay? Just don't push the launch button. Just get through all this, get it approved by Valve, because they always find something. They're like, oh, well, you did this wrong, and then you got to go fix it, and that could take weeks and weeks. So don't wait till the last minute. Number 4 is talking about your game without a Steam page or a mailing list or Discord ready. Cosmotier, I mentioned them, long runway. They did fine, very good game, but they just put their game up on itch free, just for fun. And a Blitz did a live stream of their game on itch.io, 458,000 views. They didn't have a Steam page up. I can't even imagine how many wishlists that would have brought in. That's kind of sad, but don't feel too bad. They did fine. But what you got to do is, even if you're not ready for a Steam page, even if you're just doing some marketing, maybe just posting some like GIFs of some little prototype up on Steam, have a mailing list ready. Just have it in the back pocket so that if it does go viral, you can be like, oh, and wishlist it. Oh, yeah, I can't wishlist it yet. Here, do the mailing list. Have something ready to catch them. Mailing list is best. Discord is second best. Don't say, just follow me on Twitter. You never know what's going to happen with Twitter. Don't use this as your catch-all. Use a mailing list and maybe Discord. All right, number 5 is not updating your release date in Steam. This is a big one. I always get emails about this one, okay? So you can set your launch date, the exact date that you launch, down to the hour. You have to set this in Steam. It's a requirement, okay? This determines when your game will appear in popular upcoming. This is a very, very good list that you appear in if you get enough wish lists and you're just about to launch. However, you can only be here one time. And a lot of indies forget to update their date. Marketing or production slips and you got to delay your game, and they forgot to update that date, and all of a sudden their game pops up on popular upcoming. This sucks. You can't go back and say, we weren't ready. I thought we didn't. We had the wrong date, Steam. Valve says, too bad. We don't care. And that's it. That's it. So make sure you whitelist, you favorite this email address. This is the email address that Valve will send you, because this happens so often. They have started a couple weeks before your launch date sending this email. This is what the email looks like. You'll get this in your inbox, and they're like, hey, you're scheduled to go live on this date. Are you still doing it? This is their warning, so you can't yell at them later. Make sure you whitelist this. Make sure you sign up with your real email address. Some people are like, oh yeah, I signed up for Steam with this account that I never check anymore. Don't do that. Sign up with the account you check every day and whitelist favorite. Do everything you can to check this. In fact, search this email subject line in your email. Make sure you haven't gotten it, because this is their warning. Like, if you don't change that date, you're going to show up on the front page of Steam. And if you're not ready, you're not ready. Okay? You can't take it back. We are now in phase 2. These are Steam page mistakes I always see. Launching with a Steam page without a trailer. Do it. People always say, do I really need a trailer? Yes, this is your announce. Just do it. It can be short as 30 seconds. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just do it. Okay, number 7 for getting gameplay in your primary trailer. This one, you got to put gameplay in there, folks. Okay, Steam uses the first slot on your Steam page for everything. So whenever you hover over something, it plays a clip. I got a little section here. See this? When you hover over Lost Ark, This is what it looks like. So you see all these little clips. It pulls these clips. These are called the micro trailer from your first trailer in your first slot. If your trailer is really boring and it doesn't have gameplay, you get weird things like box quotes. Like, who needs box quotes in their little thing? You want gameplay in here. You want gameplay in this hover over. Okay, so put gameplay in your trailer. When people watch your trailer, this is actual footage of a real gamer that I paid to say, like, hey, I watch you shop on Steam? They don't watch trailers. This is how they watch trailers. They skip ahead. They just skip, 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 skip. See him watch his little mouse clicking on. He's like, God, this is such a boring trailer because it was all cinematics. Gamers on Steam don't want to watch cinematics. They want to watch gameplay. So your first trailer should have gameplay, gameplay, gameplay. Cut all this
Oh wow, I forgot to unmute since I finished my lunch. Thanks for pointing it out. Yeah, I was saying what's cracking. How you're getting ready for Linux summer. Let me see. So right now I'm on the hunt for some ghost shapes. And apparently when I'm deleting some objects, some shadow shapes are still left around. And I wonder what they are. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So now I need to keep track of. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why is it being such a... Yeah, the world is gone. But this entity is not. Yeah, my game is going on Steam for sure. Because that's #1 place on the whole planet where you can market and sell a game for sure. It's the best service out there. I've already started looking into setting up Steam page for the demo first. Yeah. And I've been studying Steam in different ways and how they do it. Especially about this dude, Chris Zukowski, as an example. Here's an example YouTube links that I got.
Hey, everybody.
So he spends a lot of time talking about how to market on Steam specifically, what are the steps. So I'll be following his approach and whatnot. That'll be great. I'm hoping to put a demo out way before any kind of release happens. This year for sure. So I can get some feedback on the demo, plus see how well it runs. Oh, Zarvur, yeah. Yeah, Chris Zukowski guy is really good. So I watched a lot of his stuff, multiple his videos, and I have it all saved up in my Discord for the future. Yeah. It's pretty good. What main thing I picked up from him was that your primary marketing is for your Steam page, like nothing else, Reddit, Twitter, none of that stuff even close to compare. The primary thing is your Steam page and Steam fests. And then in second place, there'll be like YouTubers if they can review your game if you have a demo or some kind of playable thing. Those are the primary, that does like 95% of the work. Everything else will just not give you much back in terms of your effort. So yeah. Yeah, he definitely has videos about covering the different makeovers and stuff. Specifically what to put in your Steam page and how. Yeah, because this one I remember watching. This is where he talks about you want different environments to be shown in your game as opposed to just same environment over and over. Yeah. And the importance of paying for the cover art. Yeah, thumbnail game, for sure. Yeah, I think that might be the first thing I actually pay and outsource to somebody else to do that art for me. Because yeah, he even said at one point, like, you don't want to just take a screenshot of your game and put it up on Steam. That's not as a cover art or whatever it's called. It's definitely a fun thing because you constantly jump between like low-level bug fixing here to think about the high level, the marketing and all that. I probably should just focus on one level at a time though. Let me see. When I delete the world, I definitely want to make sure this gets removed out as well. So earlier today, I added game respawn. So now when your player hits 0 life, she will actually be put back into the original level. So let's catch all the bullets. 0 respawn here, all those are all set. The problem is, I found there was a problem where some physical bodies didn't get removed. That is very concerning, highly concerning. So what I'm going to do now to address this problem is I'm going to add a new section to my physics debugger where I can just iterate for all the physical bodies. Okay. Oh, buddies. I need to make sure everything gets cleaned up, otherwise it's going to be a performance issue if nothing else. Jeez Louise. Let me see. Get active actors, get actors. Oh, these are dynamic ones. No, I just need actors in general, I guess. Oh, is this per type? Are there like all types? Ah, static in one. Okay, I can combine that. That I can do. Actually, I don't care about static. Because so far I'm seeing static bodies being complaining. Being highly complaining. Well, with list of games, like your thumbnail is not everything. You can still do well. If your list game has higher playability, because it's not just like watching a video for 5 seconds. But yeah, it's definitely easier that way. Alright, let's see what the hell this call does. Types, gives a buffer back, tells me start index. Okay. Have I done this use before? No, I'm done. Okay. Alright, let's snag us some. Of course, all my arrays. Actually, do I already scratch anything on a buffer to be used? No. It's gonna be actual px pointers. I don't know, like 20 at a time. Oh, we need a different logic here then. Okay. Yeah, here's my storage. Didn't like it. There you go. Let's see how many were red. Good. Okay. Unless red count was 0, now bailing right away. I don't want to be stuck on an infinite loop. Sometimes when I do these loops and I'm at 4 loops, and there's a chance of being stuck forever, I will actually introduce a count of like how many times to do this, just to be safe. Such as max loops. I just don't want to be stuck forever. For some kind of weird bug or anything. There you go. Doubly safe. Gotta put limits everywhere. Even though it's just a debug tool. Okay. Now, finally print out all lame GUI stuff. Lecture, name, something like that. Right? User data. Let's see if it's going to be watchable, scrollable. I'm going to need to break it up into little pages. If it's going to be too many shapes. Ooh. Something didn't get a name. Interesting. Let's see, 2085. What is that entity? Is that on a player or what? $2085. Huh. Okay. Then let's just do Let's see, who is it? Um, right. I think it's... Yeah. Yeah, it is this type card. One of the full wall chunks. They don't receive the get username for some reason. Huh. But not all of them, only some. Really odd. But okay. You know what? Nothing I need to know the total count. Total actors. We got, what do we have? 132. For example, let's destroy this thing. Well, that was dynamic, so it didn't show up. So that makes sense. But you know what? I want to let's break it up into subgroups. Right now it's way too difficult to list it out. So this will be from the X to red count. Oh yeah, I can bring the music back on. Earlier today I was doing some shader work. Actually went into Insight. It showed the exact layout of my frame. Little steps involved. Now, let me know if music's still loud. It should be fine. I think it's still configured to the same volumes. Yeah, should be good. Should be good. Alright, here we go. Hey, look at that. Now I have cute little subgroups, 20 at a time. It's 131. So now armed with this tool, goes to 277. Bro, that did not delete everything. Because initially it's 132. Let's bring the controller back online. Right. 276, so it's about doubles. And there's still plenty left. Including spawner route. Bro. So don't actually delete it. But I thought I do. Okay. I can clearly say I do here. Remove actor and everything. Yeah, now it's removing the whole planet. And yet, plenty remain. Yeah, it's not pointing into empty entities, because those entities are gone. They are gone. And yet this is all still here. Oh, look at that. Huh. Is there anything else connected from the scene? Let's do a little bit of helpful testing. How about that? Set name removed from scene. Okay, let's do that. Load it up. So. Well, whatever remained. I mean, I know visually it's gone. Didn't want to do that. Block for block. There's nothing there. Huh. So the entity is gone, but this guy is not gone. Is it possible that I have some kind of odd bug? Is 132 correct number for what I see here? Let's think. There's gonna be like a couple of shapes for each. 9 times 981. That sounds reasonable. Maybe somehow I'll create some of these shapes twice. Is that possible? Is that possible? Sure. I don't see it. But always check if it's already set, then it's not gonna create a new one. Let's always have creation count. Maybe I'll just... So initial everything is valid except for these first few blocks. What the hell am I creating here that's complaining? Interesting. Interesting. Wow. It's actually sometimes pointing is a completely bad thing. That is impressive. So it removes some bodies, but not all. Which is so odd. Alright, let's hide this for now. I want to spam. Just explicitly which bodies are removed. Maybe it's somehow just removing just the root prefab entities, maybe? So odd. Remove a bunch of things here. Good number too, actually. Maybe the numbers it gives me back maybe has different meaning for physics. Get a wave pointers, rigid. Rigid statics, just an array. It's just when I remove an actor, surely goes in there and takes care of it, right? Nice, somebody left a thing. Internal. Remove. Remove. Bunch of checks. Remove. Gosh, why was so much in direction? I don't even know. I don't even know. Let me see who modifies this. Remove actors. Yeah, looks like it would remove it eventually. So sure. So that was a lot of stuff removed. I know entities are gone, that's for sure. Let's keep some kind of track of a counter. I don't want to see how many of those get removed. One remove. Okay. So I can put that here somewhere. Removed actors. Restart it up. This is hunting. Some days you work on fun, graphical, gameplay features. And some days you just hunt for what the hell is going wrong. Now let's see removals. We removed 152. It's actually called enough removals. So I think I'm correct. What if I do this? That's a lot removed. Jesus Lord. Yeah, when I load, I need to reset it. I know. Let's see, load. Load world, if true. Oh, it started no access to it. Whatever. Just restart. Yeah, so nothing got removed here. Oh, this also includes dynamic object removals. I get it. Remove static actor count and dynamic. There you go. So this would be static. Static. Dynamic. Man, I'm surprised I'm misunderstanding a physics API. Maybe all those numbers I'm hunting are not real. Maybe it like keeps them in there but actually ignores them somehow. It's a simple case. So that one got removed. Right? Yeah. For now, to keep it simple. Okay, quick reset. So we're starting with 132 here. Then the chest gets removed. Everything's quite perfect. There are no complaints. So this is really odd. The first and third. It's gonna go here. So remove count is correct. But some of them didn't actually go away. One more idea. What if I add a ref count into it? Base ref. I know I have access to the maybe I don't. Is it protected really? Built-in ref count. I kind of wanted the ref count. I wanted to see what the ref count was. But no. It doesn't want to show that. Base flag. Owns memory is releasable. flag is 3. Does that have any meaning? 1 and 2. Okay, so it's releasable and owns memory. Fine. Everything is a 3, so that's fine. Oh, what else could it be? What else could you be? I know you used to be the wall because I now have your name on the actor. Let's do this. Is there a way for me to check? Let's see. Static body. Should have a pointer to a scene or somewhere, right? Yeah, the sim got cleared out. So much stuff got cleared out. And the build ref count is 1. So that's fine. Okay. And then it gets completely wiped out. Because it gets removed. Yeah. Oh, I know what I could do. Let's do little checks here. Get static before count. Let's compare before and after. I want to know if it's me to blame or physics to blame. Who is at fault? Right? Full restart. Full restart indeed. Son of a... Everything is fine, huh? So the ones again removed it fine. Is Flax to blame? Is anti-component system to blame? I'm running out of ideas of who to blame. So let's see, remove 149. So let's restart this. So 132. Oh, I shouldn't have touched the chest. Okay. From 132 to 276. Let's see. Let's do some maths. do some 6 minus 32, 144. Okay. And now go in here. So removed 144. Removed 144. Yeah, I removed exactly what I've added. Exactly. And removed some, but kept some of them in there. What happens if I just keep walking around? Do it just collect sculpts forever? What is going on? Doesn't that number just keeps growing? Yeah. Sure does. It sure does. Oh, now it dropped. Let's keep going in the same direction. Maybe physics is its own cleanup. But I don't think so. Because Flex is doing everything right. I'm calling all the deletes. Flex is deleting all the entities. Physics getting the calls. And yet it thinks not everything is gone. Bro. Do I need to like manually go in and prune it out? Really? I certainly could, but it just seems wild. Just seems wild to do it myself, additionally on top. But let me try that. Let's say just for giggles. Will that clean up anything significant? Oh, really? Let's just start again. Oh, it does it when I open it. So that would clean it out in a funny way, but that's just silliness. That is just silliness. Alright, let's see if this burns to the ground or not. Now I'm doing both removal and deletion. No, it doesn't care. Clearly remove some, but not all. Yeah, and if I start looking, all of them wipe out except the ones actually alive. Let's do this. I want to at least keep track of disable the cleanup. I just want to see, do you have a log line for removing the actor that's still on the list? Just to confirm it all, okay? So, for example, let's look at the last one. Oh, I forgot MGUI doesn't have quite a copy, but it's alright. Excuse me, how do I copy the whole thing? I don't even know. Wait, here's the last one. Yeah. I code removed on the thing, and it's still there. Definitely code remove on it. That would be facts. Just one more check. Okay. D0, yeah, that's the one. Definitely got removed on it. Definitely got less. I know it calls this. I know the counter gets removed by 1. And yet, it's still there. Wait, here also changed the name on it. So it should have had a different name. The only thing that makes sense is that somehow I'm creating this thing twice. But now let's use incrementally going up. These appear to be different. Now here's one didn't get a name. Huh. Okay. It's interesting how physics locates objects actually aligned in memory. They just go one through the other. Nice. Very nice. And yet... set name. Oh, where this is definitely wrong. Although I don't use it. take a look for potential recreation of things. Creation count is 1. I think it's good. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I'm a silly goose. No, this is looking at shapes. Yeah, that's fine. Let me see, make sure I get the offset's correct. I do, and then I add up. Let's see. After set 0, gain 20. Add in 20. And so on. So I know I'm going over everything correctly. Alright, let's do a Google search on this. Hey, Beanie. So, right now I'm tracking down one minor annoyance of physics. So everything really began with this problem where when I was moving around with a mouse, sometimes the mouse would just not respond to the click. I was like, what the hell's going on? For a while I was thinking like maybe it's a control input interfering with my mouse input, but no. It turns out that when I do like a click on the ground, I do like a physical raycast into the ground and to see what I intercept with. And it turns out once you start moving around, occasionally you just intercept with like a non-existent shape. It's a body shape that's not attached to any entity. And that was tripping up the mouse click. Versus if you don't mouse click using gamepad or keyboard, I don't use the same raycast logic. So that's why the gamepad was working fine, but mouse click wasn't. So that's why I went on hunting. Like, what is this ghost object, physical object? Where's it coming from? So I was like, all right, let's go find it. So I added a new tool. Aside from physics frame rate, this also helps me list all the objects I have, all static physics objects on the level. For example, here I'm starting at harm 32 static actors on my current level. So I can really go look at see each one, like here's the full wall, blah blah, and so on. It's not that it's hard to solve, it's more like it's just confusing. It's not something that is broken on my side. Because I've checked 1,000 things on my side by now. But then when you go over to like the new area, okay, so it almost doubles it. It goes up to 280. Right? Okay, fine. We're good. I'm good with that. I was doing some paper math on the side. Right? Okay, fine. But then when I'm going away, it removed some of them, but not all. Even though that whole world is gone. Like there's nothing there remaining, there's just this one left. And yet it still says, oh yeah, we have some actors left over. And now these actors are pointing at the entity of nothing. And I can clearly see the log line where I said like, yo, delete this 960, exactly this guy. So I know I'm calling remove actor on that guy from physics. And yet, when I ask physics back like, yo, give me back the actors that you got in your simulation. Oh yeah, sure, here's the thing that you didn't remove yet. It's so weird. Now I can remove it again twice. And then it goes away, but it's so weird. Because I know removing it twice is no bueno. That's not gonna work, right? I even have this check before and after, and it clearly gets removed. I just for giggles do it, remove twice. Really remove it hard. How about that? It's probably gonna crash, right? The actor is not assigned to VC nor assigned to another VC. Call will be ignored, yeah. Yes, there's gonna be a bunch of complaints that I can't call remove twice. So everything seems fine. I mean, it's possible that actor. The weird thing is, I'm calling the get number and return number. I mean, it doesn't really cause me problems right now, but I am worried. Like, why do they stay in the scene when I called it to remove the scene? Like, maybe I'm creating that object twice somehow? It's so odd. It clearly removes it. This gets called, I know, because I'm printing a line. Printing a line every time that happens. Now the funny thing, actually, I can just manually then print it out again. Just look for any kind of physical shape that doesn't have an entity attached and just delete it. That works. That actually cleans it up. I don't want to do a kind of garbage collection myself. It just seems lame. Like, why would I do that? Why would I need to do it? I can do it, sure. Like here's, for example, here's everything's connected. Since it's a physical actor wall block connects to the entity wall block. And here's the entity ID, here's the pointer to the actor, right? And now it's only pointing to nothing. You know, to be pretty, let me do it this way. So actor vector name connects to the entity. Let's call it static. Entity ID, entity name. Let's move this. Okay. So it's nice and clear. Yeah. Static pointing at the entity is correct number-wise. That's what it was, but deleted since then. And a set ID. Wait, set ID still points to it. Let me do one more thing then. User data. Set it to null. Maybe something intercepts at the wrong time. This might be my fault somehow still. I might have an idea what it could be. I might. Maybe. Right? Okay. Because some of them do get removed, but some of them stay. And those that get removed actually even clear out user data. So maybe somewhere create something twice. So odd. If I keep struggling with this for too long, I could always put it on the back burner and address it later. But I'm not completely out of ideas yet. Maybe something referring to the actor and keeping it alive somehow. Where's my release? Deletes the actor. I mean, it really sounds like I'm creating multiple objects somewhere. Somehow, I'm recreating an object. This is the only place I could call this right, yeah. Welcome to game dev. Debugging is a skill. You have to tackle the stupid things from 1,000 different ways. 1,000. Because always check if it's not, if it's already set and it does something else. Never know when you should use virtual versus abstract versus straightforward concrete. In general, well, outside of C#, outside of Unity, concrete is much easier to think of and debug and analyze. The moment you're dealing with virtuals and all that, it becomes a lot more painful. But abstract usually means interfaces, where, yeah, in general, as languages, abstract means every call is a virtual call and nothing's implemented, just like an interface. Yeah. As annoying this is only a few hours of suffering. Those are actually, once I was debugging a GPU issue for a full week, just like every hour, every day for a full week, until I finally fixed it. I was having that was a few months ago now, earlier in the year. I had a consistent crash of something that I had to go and fix it. That was tough. At least here I have information to look into, but yeah. I think in order to fix that GPU, I basically had to learn like three or four different tools, integrate one of them into my game to help me get extra information. Because the problem with GPU shaders is that they're just gonna run in their own environment completely outside of CPU. So by the time they crash, your CPU is like 2 frames ahead of that crash. So in general, there's no direct way to connect what the GPU was doing compared to CPU, because the way you do it here, and in most games too, you send commands to GPU and let them run. While it does that work, you start working on the next frame, and then you send it over again. And then GPU will take its time to actually run those commands. So there could be difference of like a full frame or 2 between when the GPU crashes and when you give it the command to run at something. So CPU is like way ahead and has very little connection to it. And even if you look at what you get some kind of data from GPU runs on like 1,000 threads. You don't get exactly awesome connection there when something breaks. Maybe this new update to Insight that I mentioned might have something better. But just earlier today I actually had a crash. And this is the crash dump I got out of it. And I was like, bro, I don't know what's going on. Well, not out of, my symbol's out of date. But I'm still don't have much of a clue as to what it was. Let us see it crash again. Yeah, no, I know how it was. I remember when I was frustrated out programming. I remember one time I wrote this program like making towards like a game when I was a kid, and then at some point I just got stuck in a nation. I was like, I don't know how to debug this. I was like, I don't have skills to do it, so I just give up and just threw it out. And I think I started working on small, easier stuff first. It's kind of like being a heavyweight puncher in boxing. The stronger your punches, the more you need to take it back. So the more code you write, the better your skills debugging needs to be. Like this is technically not a crash. Like this is just a noise that I found really odd, really suspicious. So even I'm doing something wrong and it'll cause me a problem in the future, or physics is doing something funky which may or may not cause a problem in the future. For example, right now I'm returning the number of all the actors. Right now let's say it's 200. The number after that is minus my official recorded, self-recorded number of actors deleted. So that's 42, whatever small number you can ignore it. So you can see that removed actors is going up, so I do remove things. But those 30 actors, it keeps slowly growing. Yeah, that's another thing. Like if you've been making a change and you use visual source control, actually I do that quite a number even to this day I do that. Like if I make a bunch of changes and I see it just becomes really convoluted, it just goes wrong way, debugging, it's a pain, like dude, just screw it up, just throw it all out and start from scratch again. Maybe come up with a better idea next time. Too much of a pain. Like it might be okay like if you're just working like on some random project, but if it's like it's gonna be a backbone of your game for years, then no, that thing needs to be stable. It's partly why I hunt down all these annoyances. Because I need to even understand what is going on and it's okay and why it's okay. Or it just needs to be fixed. Fixed. For example, I want to see, does this number go up? The total static actors. Is it gonna go up or not? As it traverse more areas. It seems like it continuously goes up, which worries me. That means if I had a stress test that just keep running around areas, eventually it will run out of memory. It has to, right? Make sure to bring up process memory. Maybe that's what I was seeing, because just yesterday, early morning, I was looking at my process working set and I saw my memory increase going up over time. I was like, what could it be? Because I don't allocate any memory at all. So whatever increase is coming from has to be coming from the libraries that I use, not from me directly. I already checked Vulkan memory, I already checked Flex memory. It still goes up a little bit. So it might be it might be this this physics allocating those little vectors because I didn't properly clean up my previous ones. Maybe. Yeah, that slow steady count continues to increase. Oh, must have got reset. Let's do this. Let's look for all instances of create. And see if they all make sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's check if it's already been created. Yeah, so some number decreases. Yeah. Because I know entities are gone, because I have a different entity view that sees everything. Hey, Vinny Original, what's up? Up in Twitch chatters. Right now I'm just hunting down some annoying little, annoying little bugaboo. Annoying little bugaboo. It doesn't cause any problems for me specifically, so it's not a biggest deal. But it is annoying. I guess just to blow out some steam, I can just destroy things. Actually, you know what? We're gonna destroy things for real. I'm gonna go in my laser configuration. I'm gonna unleash hell. The laser's gonna be doing a lot of damage. Absolute metric ton of damage, right? Let's see. Laser, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yes. I made it open, oh sorry, I did not, this is not OpenGL, this is Vulkan. Straight up, hardcore Vulkan. Oh yes, destroy everything. Take this physics for making me debug your stupid stuff. Yeah, it's not a problem, but I wish I could fix it. Yeah. Because anything suspicious is probably a problem that's not a problem yet. Because at one point I actually had memory leaks. Like I actually saw my process memory increase by like hundreds of kilobytes per second or minute. Where I could actually see it go up like a gigabyte memory up like after 15-20 minutes. So I scoured all the libraries I had. I was watching every little byte of memory. Eventually I found what it was. It was Tracy Profiler. Indeed. So I went as far as to actually add myself a tool. So not just watch the memory, actually watch the process working set. Because if you release memory or not, that's actually secondary. The primarily is your process working set. Because there's a way for you to allocate memory and then free it. And your process working set will actually go up. And that can happen as if you're improperly allocating memory and you're fragmenting your memory pages. So in that case, you might have free space in between allocations, but you don't have enough space in between those for your follow-up allocation, so you end up needing more memory pages to allocate. So you could literally have zero memory leaks, and your process will grow in memory. How you like that? How you like them apples? And that can only happen if you have dynamic memory allocations, which my gameplay code doesn't have any of them. So I'm gonna have to deal with crap from libraries I use. Crush and destroy. I want to have the same problem of dynamic objects where I'm losing counts. Maybe it's only static. Let's do that. Let's go back in the debugger. So I'm just gonna duplicate this and do the same thing but for static bodies. Let's see. Static bodies. I think the only difference is this little flag. So let's put this whole thing into like a helper method. This whole shebang. You know what? This goes into its place here. It's not gonna be on the stack. Yeah, fine, I'll just delete it. Let's see, I wanna do... This whole thing can go in a function. Right? Yeah. I'm going to draw body type. Except I don't want this function here. I want it to be somewhere closer to where I was working. Such as here. Okay, I need this thing. Dude. Okay. Throw in a tap in here, tap in here. I think that's that. Done. Yeah, okay. I think we're good now. So now here. Right? Yeah. Delete all this nonsense. Although there's one thing I use, it's common. I do have this thing. Static, static, static. Yeah, I need two of these. Oh, I already have separate ones. Dynamic, dynamic. Good. And I increment it there. Excellent. Alright, let it rip. Let it rip. Let's fix this annoyance. There you go, clean build. Alright, that's physics debugger. Probably didn't pop something. Oh, it's because this guy already pops. This guy pops, as they say in the Silicon Valley. In general, if you're debugging, and you're struggling to figure out what the front door of the problem is, the answer is to get more information. What kind of information? Take your best guess as to what you think you could do. So player has been BI in the edge. Okay. So let's say now, boom, I get a few more. Yeah, see, dynamic ones, they go away just fine. There ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. Right? And so we go here. Well, luckily the question to what do you need to know to keep debugging is easier than finding what the problem is. Yeah, in RPG Quest. Indeed. So let's see. Let's just destroy everything that's physical here. That's not me. Lisa. Hey, don't be destroying me. They actually do damage now. Right? So, yeah. Yeah, so when it comes to dynamic bodies, I'm removing everything cleanly. There's no freaking problem. There's no problem. Get the shoes. Yeah, this part is all clean. Clean. So it's just the static bodies. They're just being a bunch of it's pointing to nothing. That's the thing is, the funny thing is I actually have code that can clean it up. I have this code right here. It's like, hey, if entity is nothing, then just remove it again for real this time. That works fine. Everybody's happy. And yet, actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's actually do that. Let's do this whole button. So the problem is only with static bodies. Dynamic bodies are fine. They get removed cleanly. The only problem is with static bodies. Otherwise, there's no problem. Let's do this funny button. Let's actually call it garbage. Garbage collection. I just call it for what it is, because that's what it is. And what I need to do is just repeat this loop again. Right here. Oh yeah, actor count. Forgot about actor count. For statics. For statics. Yes. Instead of doing all this stuff, I'm just gonna wipe everything out. Don't need I'm going here. So all this garbage collection do, it will just go for all the actors, and it will actually call and wipe them all out. There you go. Just remove it, clean it again. Still in the same line. There you go. So I know I've done this. And when you clean it, it eventually gets clean. That was odd. I had to click multiple times to clean it up. Wait a second. I might be getting a clue as to what the front door this guy does. Maybe they somehow cheat and they don't actually remove the thing out of it. Maybe they just leave like an object in there and don't actually delete it, so it just kind of stays there, but not really. But how do they know when it's really gone? Like, how do they know? Let's dive deep. We got static. I'm gonna remove this boy. That's a good example, by the way. I'm using a third-party library here, PhysX5, and just like with Unreal Engine, if you're using Game Engine, you have to debug the Game Engine. I'm having to debug PhysX5. So one with the other, I have to struggle with this one. Just that this PhysX is much smaller beast to work with compared to a full Game Engine, but otherwise it'd be doing exactly the same thing of a full Game Engine. My current theory is that when I'm calling remove an actor, what it actually does, it like somehow marks it as removed, but doesn't actually take it out of the array. I just want to make sure that okay, removing shapes is fine. I don't care about that. Don't care about it either. Now it says remove an actor. Remove something from the scene. Gets all the local shapes, whatever. It removes actor shapes. Completely fine. But I do see this call it makes. Here, remove from rigid actor list. This is the one I see. What does it actually do here? Because the thing is, if you actually remove a pointer from middle of an array, you technically would have to shift the whole array if you want to preserve the order for some reason. So here we go. It's got its own special array index. Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm doing something similar sometimes for myself here and there. So this is the index. It has journal index into the list. Rigid actor list. It has this giant buffer of a little list, capacity up to 20,000 actors. Good. That makes sense. Yeah, see what that actually makes sense what it does. It grabs the last one and puts it into the current one. Right? Yeah, replace of last. It totally makes sense. And that should reduce size by 1 too. Right? So it makes sense. It goes down by 1, 267. So it's doing everything right. I keep oscillating between it's my fault versus definitely not my fault. Okay, so size change. This is just checking if the last one was removed. Swapped actor. Oh yeah, so the new actor got moved. You need to update its own index, central index into the structure. Okay, so we're cool. Like everything here makes sense. Like there's no way it's physics problem based on this. It looks fine. And I've checked elsewhere that gets removed. Maybe what I need to do, because everything just here makes sense. It just makes sense. Because I even get the number before and after, so it clearly goes down. It just clearly goes down. So the only thing that maybe was happening, somehow I'm creating objects that I'm not keeping track of. And they just get dropped into the void. Let's do this. Just go through all these entities and make sure they're all unique. Make sure they're all unique across all physical objects. They should be all have unique entity IDs. That's at least one way they can confirm that I don't have like duplicate physical bodies per entity ID. But just looking at it visually, it seems like it goes up incrementally. Everything is fine. I don't see any duplicates. So let's load a new area. Just bros, don't shoot at me, please. Don't you shoot at me, little bastards. Everything still is incremental. I'm not seeing any duplicate IDs of any kind. Dude, just lay off. Just let me go. Bro. Go away from me. I just want to test. Just want to test things. Uh-oh. I didn't want to do that. But this is interesting. Now it has a bunch of entities in the middle pointing to nothing. And at the end you get new entities. And the very, very bodies that were here, they're now pointing to nothing. Yeah, dynamics will somehow don't have the same problem. The one difference is I manually delete destructive dynamic ones somehow. But I thought I deleted here. Like when I do it here, like I call destruct. That's how I delete everything. Well, actually, how do I delete when something goes too far away from a player? I forgot. I mean, the most likely case is I'm somehow either not deleting certain objects, but some I do. Or I'm creating more than one body at a time. So far I've checked ID. I'm not seeing any duplicate IDs. So maybe I'm not deleting some entities somehow the right way. Now wait. I have a logic that unloads the map if it's too far away from the player. Blah, 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 blah. Where do I do it? Somewhere here. Let's look for destruct. Yeah, remove previous level. Iterate for world chunks. Delete anything that's marked as the same grid. And call destruct on that thing. No worries, Benny. Debugging is not quite the same as thinking of a new solution. In some ways, thinking of a new solution is more difficult than debug because it requires actual creation. This is just investigation of current things. So it's not quite the same. Like if I was starting to work for inverse kinematics, which I really want to work on, but at the same time probably should push it off. I want to be able to just dynamically, procedurally put character hands in different positions. Because right now all the hands positions, they don't change at all. It just based on whatever animation baked it on. So like that's why the hand's always stuck to the body, just nothing changes here. And it would be cool if the hand was just separate from it. That way I could have two lasers from different hands going towards two different targets. That would be cool. Reverse iteration. Unfortunately, the way physics is letting me get the bodies, there isn't any good way to reverse it, really. Well, no easy way. You just get the actors based on the offset up to a certain number. So, I mean, I trust this one. This one is fine. Just that, why is it doing that? I mean, really, I do know how to unload the level, so when that full unload happens, I could actually do a quick pass over all the actors and print it all out. That might be a fine temporary step. Just, I really want to understand why this is happening. Because it has clearly shapes in place. But at the same time, they don't seem to interfere with anything. So I don't even know where they're going. Also, what is really weird is that they still have the full debug names on. Even though when I'm removing something, like I actually changed the name to remove from scene, I set the null pointer to the user data and everything, and yet all the stuff is still there. Now I do know when I'm calling the garbage collection. My garbage collection has a bug where anytime you remove actor, you actually will miss it because it will be moved before you. So that part makes sense that happens. But it's so weird. Let's do another math a little bit. Let's see. Is it right that I have 132 bodies? Is it right? Also, there's another mystery. Which is that, what the hell are these two bodies? A bunch of question marks for names? Even though it should be fine. It might be a clue to something, I just don't know to what. Like all the other names are completely fine. This is just initial load, everything is correct, everything is valid. Except those two entities. These two bodies have bad names on them. I don't know why. When you call set name, does that copy the memory from me or not? It's not copied by SDK, that's why. Only the pointer is stored. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that is very bad. Because I give it a pointer off of the entity space. Which means the reason that these two entities point to nothing, because I think those entity tables were moved. And now the names are pointing into nothing, into oblivion. Line 251. Jesus Christ. Do I really have that many line numbers in each file now? It's insane. I'll do that reverse, I guess. I don't think it's going to change anything. This is just how many counts you got in the buffer. You're just going to print them in a different order. It's not a particular problem. Oh, the fact that it's removing, that's garbage collection. I'm not worried about garbage collection really, because I know that one eventually cleans everything. That's fine. Like sure. Well, in this case, there's actually nothing to clean, but if you go get a new thing, then yeah, eventually this will clean it all up. And it goes exactly perfect. So if I actually go like precise movement, I will eventually clean everything up, so everything will be good. So I can definitely do that. Let me actually do this. Well, I just run for a few chunks, and then see if the garbage cleanup will do the job. I think it will. I'm just really confused why it's happening. Just so confused. Yeah, like my full level is generally around 144 items or so. Yeah, I want to check something. Does it ever happen when an entity destructor comes by? Is it ever true that these things are just have already been cleaned up or something? No, it's always true that way. That is not a concern. That is not a concern. So this garbage collection GMA is some funny little thing I have going on. I'm trying to figure out why the front door is my physical static bodies are not being properly cleaned up when I'm going away. I just noticed today. It's like, those get deleted, but somehow it's like, alright, let me just do it again. So initial level is 132 static bodies, okay? Once you're up, another one adds about a 140 or so on top, making it almost 280. Once that big boy gets unloaded, it should drop down back to 130 something. Instead it remains at 200. And it's because a bunch of physical bodies are still pointing to entities that have been removed. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I've checked so many things now. So many things have been checked. Maybe I go completely crazy. Just completely crazy. Where I just wrap the skull into some kind of little helper so I can keep track of these calls manually. Make sure I don't go off anywhere. Of reservation. Rigid static. Rigid static. Oh, there are different calls now and then. Because these guys are only called if this one is null. Because that's the check here. I'm pretty sure the blocks I have here. Let me see. I think I'm using composite shape just about everywhere now. Just about everywhere. Yeah. Convex shapes everywhere. Sorry, composite shapes everywhere. No need to debug GB burns at 200 Celsius, yeah. Indeed, indeed. Indeed. You know what? All the chunks I have are composite shapes. Let's focus on this composite thing. Composite shape. So here it goes, static. I have something about removing shapes, which is fine. Don't particularly care about that. Then it creates new shapes again. And then it goes if this and that. This is a static one. I mean, these guys have set name as well. So these guys should have duplicate IDs actually. Let's see. This should add new duplicate IDs for this little boy. If I can find it. No, it creates one body, but just have multiple shapes. Wouldn't freeing the memory at the same time as you destroy the entity do it? So it's kind of up to Flex. From my side, I call destruct the entity. Now, most of the time, Flex will not actually free any memory when you do that. It just marks that entity is gone, and then it calls me callbacks into on entity removal, which is exactly what I do here. So here's when entity gets removed, I get this callback for on flex, on remove. And this is the function I can run when entity is getting removed that has a static body on it. Which is why I look at it, I grab it, and be like, alright, if I got it, let's remove it from the actor. remove it from a scene, and move on. Like, it's not that I'm leaking memory. It's just that I'm telling physics, yo, remove my actor, but then physics still thinks there are too many actors around. And like right here in these 3 lines, I actually check the total count before and after remove the actor, and it's valid every time, but this has never been hit. So I'm pretty sure I'm removing all actors I keep a track of. I wonder if it's possible that only child entities don't get removed somehow. But I do have a slug line about removing stuff, right? So let's do this thing. If I do like load, yeah, so I get line for everything that was removed, because wall block is a child entity. This is a prefab root entity, right? Full wall. Yeah, full wall and wall block is a child entity. So no, it calls for a child entity first, then parent. Then goes through child, parent, child, parent. Some prefab groups, I think these are empty nodes on the level. That's actually funny. Oh, I can actually see my actors here. Like, I have a gizmo physical object. I have this full wall block and that. Right. Oh, look. I can reproduce the same thing using the editor. In the editor, I'm only loading like a little bit of objects, and you can see them stack up. Like only like the last one points to something, and then the rest point to nothing. That is funny. Like, I don't even need to run a game to reprove the issue. Just a little editor shows it up exactly the same way. Like the last prefabs are exactly right now. Everything else is just pointing to nothing except the gizmo, which is still valid. And so if I do garbage collection, I can eventually clean all this out and it's all clean. But what is that thing just not get cleaned up on its own? Hey Benny, yep. Well, rubber ducking is a valid debugging approach. This is probably some kind of stupid thing. A misunderstanding between myself and physics API. Let's just... Can I at least maybe like mark the line that I already know is fine? Okay. Yup, quack, quack, quack. So prefab protocol is removed. But of course it's still there. Yeah. Rubber duck. Approach of describing a prompt to a rubber duck to an inanimate object. And in the process you might get some new ideas. Like, I even print the pointer. The pointer that I call detach on. Wait a second. When I was looking inside Physics 5, it allocated actors from a pool, and then it had an array of indices into that pool to indicate which actors are in its list. Yeah, rubber duck is good. Also looking at the, I also have a source code for physics, so I've been spelunking into the rest system for a while as well. So at least now I know how it works internally. Like, they have giant buffers for just actor allocations, And then each actor then has an index where like a smaller, tiny, just nothing but integers. And those integers point to the buffer offset for each actor. So when you delete an actor, really what it does is that it pops that index out of it. It doesn't actually like release any memory because it just has like a pre-made big buffer for all the actors. Which means if I don't clean this up correctly, it will eventually run out of a buffer. So if I play long enough and the game gets complicated enough, this will run out of memory eventually. Out of specifically the pool memory in physics, then I can complain. So I don't need to fix it. Gotta fix the smell of liquor. I've already checked that it gets removed by 1. From what I've seen, physics sets this to null once it was removed. I'll just check that. Yo, check that. It just doesn't delete those guys somehow. Delete something. Let's look. Wall E was not removed, so what was removed? Oh. So let's see. Go back to this wall. There's garbage collect. Okay. So there's gizmo wall north south. What will be removed? Wall was removed. But the wall north south was not. That left hanging. And so worm north south is the root. So the child entity is left hanging. But the root gets removed. I think that's why I see differences in the let's look at something else that's similar. So here's a chest. Okay. Now if my new theory's observation is correct, item chest block will be gone, but item chest will remain. No, now it's different. Wait a second. Is it possible Flux was calling from different threads to delete this thing? I don't think so. I thought it was Flux only runs on the same thread and there is no collision otherwise. That's what I always thought. Yeah, it's just the main thread. So let's see. Actually, in this case, I can actually track. There's only 2 bodies. There's only 2 freaking bodies alive. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Because I can repro this in the editor, I can actually oh, I don't support physics debugger in here. Damn. Oh yeah, because it's pointing to the old thing. Um, right, okay, I think I know what to do. Load the edit world. And when it gets this, it gets its own, so it should work. No, it's just not gonna do it. Actually, when does this happen? Let's restart. Here comes registration, got set, good. Switch into prefab mode. This gets cold. Then this gets cold. Oh, ensure doesn't do set. Oh, that is a bunch of bull. Okay, now we're good. Back in business. Debugger is back. So we're good. We have two bodies. Well, Gizmo is still around. That's not gonna get touched. So now I can actually put a debug for each one. I'm expecting to get 3. I'm expecting to get 2 calls in here. Okay, 2 calls. Here comes the first one. Rigid body. Rigid static. This is a wall. Okay. Count is 3. Now count is 2. Correct. Everything's hunky-dory. Everything's nice. Now this is the second one. This is the other wall and S. Good. Yes, I'm calling this twice for each one. I'm not a complete idiot. We're down to 1 call, just nothing left. We're just nothing fucking left. So I removed it all. It was down to 1. And yet, that thing is still there. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm doing everything right at this point. I don't see anything else. Am I getting actors incorrect somehow? I'm confused. Let's see. Got offset at 0. Three of those boys. Okay, fine. Scratch buffer got 3 of them. Okay. So sure got 3, even though it was 2 in the entity destruction. It was 2. Now, because I'm an editor, let's put a breakpoint when that gets created. Where's composite shape at? Okay. So you can click on the same entity actually. And this should reload. So here's remove. So we'll go back to 1. Correct. It's 1, dude. It's 1. And then it comes in to create a new thing. It adds into the scene. Here's a second call. Who is the second call? Have I found the perpetrator? If something gets called twice. Because I'm creating a body of only a single object. There's nothing there. Who is this? I did not expect this. Who is this? Prefab root. I should have looked at the other one. Cause somehow I got 2 calls. Well, here's one removal, fine. I feel close. I feel like close to cause of a problem. Prefab root. Now the body has a side now. Now has a pointer. And creation count 1. But then it suddenly comes in again. It has no parents. Son of a front door. Who is it? And why is it getting called twice? Spawn prefab by index. You know what? I need to see the first call stack. The first call stack happens when I this is deleting prefab entities. Makes sense. Wait, I'm deleting prefab entities. Oh, this one's doing on set, and somehow when you delete prefab entities, it's doing a set. Dude, what? It's calling a set when deleting an entity. Jesus Christ. So Flax calls this on set callback while deleting an entity. Are you serious? Now this was important defining to find, because this crap cannot fly. And I'm deleting a camera, which is fine. Because it's calling set while deleting an entity. Camera. What the hell do I have on the... I didn't think I had stuff on the camera. Camera. But camera's not even physical. Camera is not even physical. Why? Why? So onset can happen while deleting prefabs. I understand how it's related. I'm deleting something that has a camera. So I found something odd, and that is, while deleting an entity in Flex, somehow I'm getting onset callback. And I think that ends up creating a body for no reason, then the entity is gone anyway. So that is odd. So you can get an onset callback. Because here's deleting entity. I'm right here. I'm destructing a freaking entity. Okay? Yeah, as long as it doesn't have a camera, deleting the entity. This is where I'm deleting all entities except the camera. Right. Okay, so the rest of the stack is deleting the entities. But somehow, I'm finding myself in the onset onAdd callback. And I'm thinking like, oh look, rigid static body is null. I gotta create one. So I'll go ahead and create one. And then the entity is gone, it doesn't get any remove callbacks. So all these, you can think of all these on actions. So generally the idea is that on remove happens when the entity gets destroyed. On set happens when an entity gets modified. Specifically when that particular component gets modified. And I specify what components I'll listen to get notification or modification for. Now, I have assumed for a long time that onset does not get called during deletion of an entity, because that would be wild. But it seems like it is. This is freaking destruct call, and it goes on delete entity. It goes for a bunch of notifications, suddenly arrives into observer for onset. Bro, that is not cool. That is so not cool. Because it's in the process of deleting. In fact, it's already deleted. Yeah, like if I keep going this, just ignore this for a bit. Because here's a repro. This is my editor. I only have two physical bodies. This little box in here, and a gizmo which you can ignore, just a little editor helper. And when I click to reload the 00 prefab, it will delete this prefab, delete this box, and create a new box. It's only one box deletion, one box creation. That's it. There's nothing else going on. Yeah. So I need to understand exactly what. So I'm seeing removal first. So it's removing it, and notice it's here. It's right here. It's deleting the entity. So it calls removal first. And it correctly gets you. Like, yep, sure, I got it. I'm gonna remove it right now, no problem. So this is why it was tripping me up so much. It got removed, but not for the same front door entity. It got an on-site callback after one removal. So now this rigid body is null. So it thinks, well, we need to create one now, obviously. And so it goes on, creates the same thing for the right exact number of entities. So it's like it's deleting it and adding it back in. It's exact the same entity. So that's why it seemed like I wasn't removing it, except I was. Just that Flax was throwing me a on-set callback. Now Resoid, I can mark myself as like, hey, I'm being deleted, so don't do anything. But it's stupid. Why am I getting this? What sucks about using third-party libraries, for one, is that I could go complain about this bug, but the problem is I'm actually using the old version of Flex now, because this is Flex 3. There's a Flex 4 now, which has different API and a bunch of stuff completely different. And I've tried migrating to that Flex and just couldn't do it. There are too many things are broken, too many behaviors changed, even just like this one. So I'm using this version for now. And of course, the more I use it, the deeper you find this kind of issues where it just behaves a really odd way. So if you want to keep using this and ship your game on this, well, come up with a workaround to fix this. Yeah. The funny part, I think, can fix it by adding a boolean flag to mark it like, yo, this has been already deleted, don't try to create it again, it's been deleted. Like it's been marked for deletion, so I could definitely do that. Just... But why, bro? Why? Why do you do me like that? I actually wonder what got triggered, like what component got modified. Because I'm filtering out 1, 2, 3, 4. So composite shape changed? That doesn't even make sense. Usually you have to call modified for this to come out this way. Maybe I do this myself somewhere? Modified. That's gizmo modified. I mean, that makes sense there, I guess. What the hell is all this code? Jesus Christ. It's a bunch of stuff. Well, pulling them or not doesn't particularly change. Flex technically kind of pulls it for you. This is more of the problem of callbacks and the way the flags being either flags being weird, or somehow I'm calling it on theirs behalf. I'm telling it to do it somehow that way. Oh, I don't see it. It's odd. It's just odd. Maybe it's something to do with weird behavior between prefabs. Because yeah, sure, I could add a flag in here. Marked for removal. Fixing a nasty bug in Flex. Son of a front door, dude. This is just... That is not cool. That is definitely not cool. Marked for removal, true. Okay, okay. Yeah, this thing comes in here. Shapes. No. Right, so I should be able to see this one. Some reason Flex ends up calling on set on add for on entity destruction. I don't know why. So let's try this. I should at least be able to see a breakpoint there. It's kind of scary. Scary behavior. Yep. And I hear a bailout. And let me guess, everything is fine now, right? Of course it is. So how long has this taken me? 2-3 hours? To deal with this crap? As bad as this is, if you're working with big game managers, it's gonna be even bigger deals. So let me guess. If I go back into the real game, it's gonna be completely happy and everything's gonna be suddenly fine. Okay. So let's do reset. To 73. Look at that. Back to 132. Go here. Go back, 132. Son of a bee in the itch. Well, I guess at least I'm happy I fixed this crap. So let's see the total count as we're traveling around. It shouldn't really go past her number, yeah. Like at the maximum right now, it's 2 levels loaded, so it shouldn't be more than like 300 or so. That is concerning. If I try really hard, I think I could write a small unit test to repro this, maybe. And if I'm successful with that, if I spend an hour, half hour, an hour in that, and then I could send it out. But I'm not sure how easy it will be to repro that. It might be some weird configuration, interaction between prefabs and regular entities. Just don't know. But okay, at least now we're no more dead freaking bodies. Holy Jesus Lord. Okay. Alright. So now let's take a look at all the nasty code changes I made for this suffering. This is fine. All satisfied, it's true to prove that. Well, the thing is, when you're a maintainer of a library and some random dude is using you in a big 66,000 lines of code change game, visual repro like that ain't gonna cut it. You need like a small little tiny sort of unit test example. Otherwise your issue will never be fixed. Never. So let's see. I can remove anything like this crap I don't need. Just do cleanup. Just do cleaning up here. Probably don't want these lines. I'll keep this line. Actually, if I remove this, what happens? It pops just this one or both of them. I don't even know what this means. But I don't care about that. That part is fine. That part is fine. This debugging thing is fine. Hiding that is fine. I can just get rid of these lines. Oh, 1114. Just remove reactor and don't do anything else. I don't want to have any garbage code left over. Let's debug code, that's fine. Okay. Make sure it's all good. Make sure it's all good. The famous 132 number. The infamous number. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well. That's something to be aware of. Really, really odd. I think what I want to do, because I'm curious, is the problem on the ad or on the set? Damn it. I want to see who will trigger that deletion. Is it just on set or on ad or both? On set. Okay. Let's say for fun. This is probably break a bunch of things. But I just want to see if it happens. No, it happens only on set. Okay. So just the on set is triggering. So something modifying that. Wonder who. You know, why don't I do it? Let's try to do a little test, unit test for it. I might as well. I don't have the mental state right now to just jump off and move on. Let's do... Here's all my custom unit tests I've made just to deal with flex. Make sure they currently pass at least. I wasn't interested in that, to be honest. That's my other systems I don't care about. We'll just comment this out. So that's why I sometimes write my own ACS replacement. So not to deal things like that in Flex. Just because of that crap. Alright, so all unit tests and Flex are passing. Fine. So let's... try to create something here. I seriously doubt I'm gonna be able to reaper it. There's just no way. There's just no way in hell. Alright, so we have this prefab, fine. Let's say it has my component. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it has all that. Okay, fine. Now let's pay attention to when it gets set. I want to call this callback. Okay. And on remove. Okay. And now I can say I'll destruct. Alright. On set called. On remove called. I don't want any of this. And I want one of this. I bet just as it is, it will work fine. Whoa. Wait, what? Seriously? It was that easy? Let's give it a proper name. Deleting an entity calls on set. It can't be that easy to repro, is it? Hey, Wyoming. Yeah, that's why I keep working on my own ECS from time to time. At one point, I actually converted just about my entire game to my new ECS. The only problem is my own CS works as I expected, but I can't make it run as blazingly fast as I wanted to beat Flex. I'm coming close to it, like 50% speed of it, but just not quite there yet. So I'm not quite ready to do it. So let's see. Oh, it didn't call my removal at all. Why? I said destruct Eve component. E had... Why? I thought E would have the entity here. I have my component. Has on remove, observer. Unless something weird happened, I'll just do let's see, my component test. Just throw it in here. Just for funsies. Debug it. Run it. Debug it. Debug it. I want to see it. It calls on the onset. Oh, son of a... I forgot to increment this. But I'm already seeing it called. Oh, you son of a flags, dude. It is doing it. I mean, that part is fine. I don't care about that. Debug it. Debug it. Debug it. Let me see. Sure enough, when you destroy an entity, it calls onset callback. Son of a gun, dude. Son of a flex. An actual son of a flex. And this is all the repro it takes. I just want to punch things. Like, why would onset be called and destroy? That's it. I'm posting this into Discord. Into the Discord it goes. Mr. Flex. Let's ask a question here. Flex 3x. Calling entity destruct. Calls onset. Let's remove this triple question mark so I don't come off as too passive aggressive. Calls onset. Actually, what gets called first? I'm curious. Onset first, then removal in this case. It just said in my case it flips the order. In my case it calls remove first, then onset, right? Whereas in here it calls onset first, removal after. Is this just the order of registration? What if I go like this? No, onset here comes first, then removal. So at least that makes sense. If my code gets called onset first, then removed, it's fine. So that's actually not a full repro yet. Like, it's weird that it calls on set removal. Fine, I get it. But in my case, it somehow flips the order on me. Oh. I might have an idea what happened. My on set here. Where is it? I'm ignoring the changes to the static. We'll listen to this guy. Whereas removal just listens to static. I can try it. Hey, Mr. Seuss. I'm just doing a hateful unit test creation to send it off to the library owners. If I can correctly make a repro. I think what I need to do is this. So here's my prefab entity, right? It's gonna have this another component on here. Fine. This entity takes it over. Now here, let's say I listen to like different listening portion like that. I want to see who gets called first. Because in my case, what tripped me up is that on set was called off throne removal. Like in this case, in the unit test, it's fine. It calls before, which I'm good with. Yeah, progress was good. I made some progress today and then stress tested a bunch of things. And then I was digging around one minor unrelated to physics thing. I was like, hey, I have this little weird thing where when I use my mouse to control my character, sometimes like you can just like, when it clicks, it just gets ignored. I was like, dude, like I'm clicking, the character doesn't go there. Like now, right now it's working because I will finally fix it, but like, this was like maybe 5 hours ago. And I was like clicking, nothing happens. And I was like, dude, like what the hell's going on? And I figured like it's a small thing. Let me just fix that before I think what to work on next. Little do I know, as I click things and then get more information, I see that the reason it's not working is that I was clicking on a dead physical object. Like it wasn't connected to anything. Like it was somehow was here for some reason, but it was invisible, didn't have any visual, just connecting to a dead entity. So I was like, well, okay, what the hell's going on with that? So I started adding a new tool to list all aesthetic bodies. So now I know exactly all aesthetic bodies alive in the game. So on the left is the physical body, the name of it, plus the pointer address, and what entity my entity is attached to. And then as I did that, I suddenly found out like, oh hey, when you go here and you come back, prior to my current fix, some of those actors will still be around for no reason. And that's what was happening. That was tripping up my player input when I was clicking around. And then 2 hours of figuring that out, I finally found that flags was a problem. The entity component library I've been using tripped me up on the order. I still can't believe that shit happened. Like, bro. Okay, hold on. Mark frame removal, yeah. Look, let's go into the editor mode. Alright, so here we go. Just two bodies again, right? So let's put this pointer here and pointer here. And so as you create it, on remove gets called first. And that's static body, right? And then the onset observer gets called. And it's the same entity, right? I'm not crazy. Let me redo it again. Let's see. So this entity here, 481, fine. And this one for this, it's the same entity. And somehow removal gets called first, so I delete stuff. Then onset gets called again, and after that, it's over. The entity is gone. It's so weird. I don't know why it happens this way. I have to be careful about this. And so for some reason it only happens to this one, but not dynamic bodies. Which is weird. Anyways. So yeah, still don't have a repro to show the Flex library. So this has to be deleted. Bye-bye to that. Because the repro needs to be that onset happens first, then on remove first. So what stage my game is at now? Well, has a bunch of things going on, but not enough to be counted like a demo. So this is my starting tutorial level, which actually what it needs to be more like, let's see, let's just put some wall in here, wall in here. Maybe keep it open. Give some extra space. It's wall empty, wall empty. Yeah, so this is your starting level, tutorial level. What tells you how to move, here's the directions. Okay. So you move over here. Now it tells you to use a skill. And there's a little tutorial bob to shoot at. So you can do the A. Oh, we missed. Well, that's a rare one. He just moved away, just in time. Little bastard. So now he died. Now at this point he would be going here. And you can pick up an item. And then the next section is how to open the items menu. And this is when things begin to kind of explode. Because now this, doing implementing all this correctly for a gamepad input can be a bit of a pain. Oh, that's a weird bug. Oh, I think webcam may have run out of power. Let me see. Ran out of batteries, the bathroom check. Yeah, camera ran out of battery charge. That reminds me, I need to buy an additional cable for my camera so it doesn't run out of battery charge. I'll just plug it to charge it up for now. Hopefully it charges pretty quickly. Yeah, I'll charge the camera for about 5 minutes. For now, I can hide the camera. Yeah, so at this point, I'm working on actually for mouse control, this is fine. You can actually drag around and that works fine. Yeah, like wrist rings, fingerless. Okay. Obviously, you have your usual destruction. Ooh. A GPU crash. Okay. Let's see if it's any useful. Yeah. I think it's the same crash I saw earlier this morning. So it tells me where was the last thing that was kicked off to do. So this is me building acceleration structure. Unfortunately, the shader source code is not being useful. So that gives me an approximate thing where failed to translate a virtual address. That sounds like some of the GPU data was not ready for me to build the whole world. Yeah, because this is building top level acceleration structure, the TLAS, top level acceleration structure. But something that was missing. Something wasn't ready for it to be used. I saw this morning, but that went away, but it's clearly still there. Yeah. And when it hits often. Yeah, so this is because it's ray tracing specific. So if I switch to non-ray tracing mode, I'm sure it will be fine. Oh, those walls are oddly in the wrong direction. Oh, it's because those are set manually just now. I need to point them west. There you go. Point them west. Yeah, but this renders does not keep up with draw calls anymore. I definitely need to do a draw instancing because the frame rate dropping way too much. Way too much. That makes sense because ray tracing does mesh instancing for me. So that comes for free, but this render doesn't do that, so I'll need to help it out. I also need to fix this, like a visual thing like that, it should be walkable, but it's not. I could do a quick solution. I could just do agent radius slightly smaller. No? Just doesn't want to. Yeah. Now what I really need to do is do proper cuts there. So that is not, so it never, what I need to do is like more like make all these cuts more vertical and less horizontal. Because even now, right now, the problem is like this laser goes too high on top of them, so it's actually hard to cut them down, which is really annoying. So I might have to remake some of the walls to make sure all parts can always be hit in the middle. But yeah. But yeah, this render definitely needs help with mesh instancing, for sure. And then it will fly again. Right now it's too many draw calls. The frame rate drops below 140, which is not good. Not good at all. But I know how to fix it. I just implement one little feature. So really what I also need to do is just to work on content for a bit, because right now literally only one have bad guy and a couple of item types, that's about it. So at some point I should really just dig in for like full month or just nothing but content. Just item types, item prefixes, skills, and different type of robots. Then I could call it like a little tech demo. Then it will be demoable. Right now, it's just building out, it's still base tech. Hey, another crash. This one is Nevmesh. Sure, feel free to content ideas. Right now I'm writing down whatever ideas I have once in a while. To my little internal wiki. Hey, where's my wiki go? That's weird. I lost a bunch of my wikis. Oh, it's right here. Okay, that's weird. For example, one thing I really want to do, I want to have a male hero with a wall fling skill. Just grab a chunk of the wall and just throw it at a robot. That would be so sick. But that will definitely probably be like 1 week of setting up a proper rig and everything for a hero. Some additional subsystems where you can house different skill sets and different item slots. But then it would be great. I haven't had much new ideas for heroine to do, and some random bugs here and now. Also, you can always leave ideas on the Discord too. I don't remember. I think some of the threads may be locked for posting, but some of them should be fine. Hey, be punching the wall, starting flying. Yeah, that's exactly what it, like. I have a lot of ideas what to do for a male hero with all the physical destruction. That I got plenty. That is not a problem. Oh, I'm drawing. Yeah, that makes sense. When I debug drawing this thing, I need to grab a lock. That totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Oh, whoops. Oh, come on. Actually save this file for me. I did not want that. But yeah, like dashes for the wall, punches. I just don't want to put the skills like that on the heroine. Because that just doesn't look good. That is not my style. I want to look crazy physical stuff on the bra. And she will do a bunch of pretty things from a distance. But also looks like I might have to spend a few days looking at this GPU bug that I'm getting. Or at least a full day. Because I want my game to be stable, not be randomly crashing like a bunch of loser code. Yeah, maybe like, yeah, maybe. I was thinking like maybe some kind of pulling effects. Like gravity pull effects, sure. Yeah. For sure. I don't know, it doesn't feel like I want to hurt. I don't really want her to manipulate giant physical objects like that though. Because then it will make the guy look kind of odd because he would just do the same thing but with less range. So it might be good to keep those separate. Yeah, well, something like a black hole just kind of zooms everything out. Maybe. Yeah, I think black hole will be fine, because explosion will be more like a guy smashing ground. Man, I guess I should really add a male hero. Just have way too many ideas, fun thing ideas for him to do, not as much thing for her. But sometimes the actual thing would just switch it up, where she's more like a follower to the male guy, and she just kind of floats up in the air and helps him out with like side spells. And then your main guy actually runs around and does stuff as well. That also means spending multiple days in just some Blender of no coding to properly set up all the rigging for the male hero. Or at least there I might be able to just grab existing animations from Machinima. Because male locomotion is easy enough and that's already there. The GPU thing is... I bet the GPU crash is coming from something with because before I build the top level creation structure, I have to provide a bunch of like dynamic meshes, buffers, and preparing that. And I bet some of them are just not done in time. I'm somehow not locking them correctly. Somehow. Yeah, some kind of completion and cooperation between for sure. Kind of like Divinity and some other RPGs that have like a dual hero setup. I think my favorite one for that was, let me see. Let's bring it up. I think it's called Odyssey to the West. Yeah. Yeah, Odyssey to the West. This was the game that had the dual setup. And that was a pretty fun game to play. This is like Unreal Engine 4. It has to be like a decade ago or something. How's the music? Oh, this one doesn't show the cooperation. Let me do the next video.
Peggy 16.
That's actually the guy. He was the puncher. That is so funny. That is literally what he was. Like, bro, can you just do the gameplay thing and stuff? Yeah, like he was a smasher for sure. Yeah, so sometimes you would throw her across the edge. Or she would do like provide support from a distance. But this video just don't show enough of it. It's so odd. Maybe just him climbing, but a lot of the times they don't do solo climbing though. Bro, like why don't you show the when they work together? I mean, I have the game, I can install it again, it's fine, it's just so weird. That was like the fun part of it. No, it's really odd. How old is this game now, actually? Oh yeah, it's 11 years. It's really wild, people just don't make games like that all that often. Very rare. I have actually, let me see. I was just looking at the status here. This was a different game that they made.
Enjoying yourself?
And this is just to have interaction between the two players as you
Having
move.
fun?
That's so funny. I mean, that's a lot of animation work to be honest though. I don't think I could do that. But still.
I'm not that heavy.
That's pretty good. That's something. I don't know what this game was. Yeah, 2000s. What was this game? Prince of Persia. I gotta watch it. Let's see. Prince of Persia. Which year? 2008? I guess it's this one. I think it looks right. Although, I don't know. Maybe not. Which Prince of Persia is this? Let's see. Oh, yeah. League of Legends had that little thing going on. Although it's pretty minor, but yeah. I actually play League of Legends now and then. At least I used to. I haven't played in a while. Let's see, which one? It's not this one. It didn't look like this either. Which one is this? Elika. Bro, can you just tell me which game it was? I guess I have to just look it up. 2024. I mean, all these are 2008s. But I don't... No, that's too old. Let's try this one. Nope. Send in time. Nope. That one looked the closest. Oh, it doesn't even have...
Enjoying yourself?
Doesn't quite look... I mean, it looks close, actually. Yeah, I think that's the game. But the art style, that's the same thing. It just that doesn't have any video. It doesn't have any picture of the chick. Maybe just an add-on to it? So weird. Let me see. Let's look for Elika. Yeah, so it is a game. Alright. I definitely need to check it out. It's only $10. Have to try at some point. That is an excellent find. Okay. So I can keep those flags as is, that's fine. Fix another nav mesh crash. Yeah, recent changes have made, man, this debugging destructible environment stressing my game really hard. Because I usually update nav mesh like once in blue moon, like when you move to a new area, it will update it once. But that's like happens like once a minute. But now it happens like every 3 frames or so. Oftentimes there's an update to nav mesh, so you have to be really careful now. You have to lock everything like a mother. You know what? I also enjoy that this shoots quickly. Oh, I just have to go to player. Because this is too slow, actually. I mean, it's fine, but it's really fun when you crank it up. to like 10 times a second. Oh, yes. Well, suddenly it becomes really expensive. Yeah, it has that timeless art. Timeless art style. Because this even now looks completely fine. Because it's more like almost like an anime style. Almost. Oh yeah. Yeah, when you can shoot like a lot of these. Oh yes. Because I can also work on a new particle system, so I can have like maybe little trails behind these shots. Instead of these like giant balls, I can have like a bunch of small ones flying out. Just gonna be basically my sorceress. And then dude's gonna be the Barian Smasher. More like an Iron Man Smasher. Yeah, controls can be often weird. Unless it's something like Deadpool, then it's like, suddenly it's amazing. It completely kicks the pants of anything today. Alright, so I just need to be careful with my GPU work. I have to revisit the whole production. You know what, I want to play Deadpool for like 5 minutes. Continue my save. Because some moment you get to slap some faces. And a good reminder. Let me check my camera while this loads. Thing got 22% on the camera. We're good to go. Hell yes. Hell yes. Have I ever coded an assembly? In college, I had a class where we had to code an assembly for a while. Like the whole class was basically college of like old Intel CPUs, like 8086 or something. I think my final project for that class was like working with the keyboard. Basically, I had to like read up the manual, what kind of input you need to read the keyboard keys when you press them. And then you wired up the keyboard into your 8086. So, and yeah, then when you press the key, we connected it to like a little sound speaker, so it turned like a piano. So that was all assembly. That was nasty.
I wonder if we can even carry that gun.
Only one way to find out.
Oh shit.
What do you think? Sharp, right?
Oh, that hurt. Oh, Snapple.
You have a teleporter to dodge those rocket attacks.
First, need to heal up. Come on, healing time. Oh. Oh man, he doesn't like a melee at all. Alright, I forgot how to do switching to... Where's dude? Where's dude at? Ooh.
Oh man, what is this? Someone get up to the penthouse and kill this asshole!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This game knew how to have fun.
Yes, I did bring it up for everyone. Oh, we need a medication. I don't know what you're after, you masked freak, but you'll never get to me while I'm in this panic.
Hold for a solution.
That theory. How much C4 is this gonna take? It's no more than 20 ounces. What? I hate the metric system. How much an American? Well, let's see. Carry the 7. Dude, fuck math. Just use all of it.
Just use all of it, bro.
Oh, 20 ounces. That's pretty sweet. How's that for impenetrable, asshole? Oh, we still need him alive. Exactly how alive are we talking? You're insane! Not as insane as you think.
Oh my god, in the very beginning of the game he placed it there. Just so you can land on it. And that was part of the tutorial.
Fun! Yeah, it was okay. Well, it's not like we get a do-over on this one. The hell we don't!
Oh, bro.
Now that's what I'm talking about! Peter, my man! You see all that? Buttload of awesomeness.
Deadpool, you idiot! Do you know how much money all those explosions and tacky graphics just cost me? You should just change whatever you want.
Yeah, that's great, Peter. Talk to my dick. Hey, where are you a-holes going with my contract?
Way to go. He got away.
Oh
Give me
my
some
god.
credit. Oh, I see. We let him get away, didn't we? Duh. Fun is in the chase.
Now you're talking. Let's get.
Oh, I love old 8-bit games. Yeah, we do too. This game isn't old.
Or 8-bit moron.
Exactly. In old school games, you gotta find the key to continue. Hey, look at the boner over here. Sit boner. And then there were none.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Oh god. Okay, I guess we got an item maybe, maybe a key.
Love the color palette.
Wait, have to push it?
That's right. Use the quads.
Oh god.
Peter! Hey, I was just running around my game, and all of a sudden I noticed that some shit was fucked up. What's up with that?
I warned you about the budget, Deadpool. You literally blew
Wait.
all the money.
Budget? What the hell, man?
Yes, you do realize all games have budgets.
Peter, sweetheart, Boboa, Let me remind you that my website got 15 million hits the weekend we announced. 1,000,001? 1,000,002? Cough it up.
Go! I'll hold him off.
What? Oh, D-list villains!
D-list villains.
These guys want with Mr. Moneybags anyhow. Whatever. They've got our mark. No mark, no money.
Wait, what? Don't remember where to go.
You're gonna want to stop it, look.
It even has musical cues for when you get the right. Oh yeah, no! Combo interrupted. Bro.
You just don't know when to quit.
He won't stop. You're the water. Make a stand.
Handle it.
Hey. Guy's stanky.
These guys your dick, huh?
Yeah.
Shoot him. Wait, take the bullet. Did he send it back? Or did he... You are so uninvited to my birthday party.
You don't get to be a Mr. Sinister. It's not.
Cutscene time? Yes, it is.
Hey, Arclight! Looking good, babe. You been working out? Your pecs, I mean breasts. Your chesties look unbelievable. I can help you get off that villain D-list. if you-
Kill this pansy.
Okay, She-Man, we'll talk about your D-list pecs later. First, you don't succeed. Try that beat.
Get in there, you idiots!
Oh, look at that. Oh, he said where to go when I teleported. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, enemies should react audibly or visually or both to the actions you take. Yeah, yeah. For sure.
My turn.
Ooh. It's gonna be tough. I have to teleport the right time, it looks like. Let's see, 2 attacks, teleport. How about that? 1, 2, teleport. 1, 2, teleport. 2, teleport.
Think you're clever? Think you're cool? You ain't the only one with power, little geek.
Going for a ride. Oh.
Maybe we can still work this out.
You disgust me.
Oh, wild. Am I making Deadpool game? No, I'm just playing an old Deadpool game that's now delisted from Steam, and you can see why.
That's it. The pipe I was offering gives way more pleasure. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'll just hang here for a while. Feels fine. Wipe it all. Dick. Hey, tickle. What kind of gamer are you? Oh, please, take your time. No.
Oh, this game is too fun. However, I do think the game is very well made in terms of how fun it feels. So I had a full day of development, so now I'm just learning from this game again, which you can no longer buy on Steam unless you bought the copy a decade ago. This is good progress. I can pause it here for now. This is good progress. Hell yes. I even loved the all the cartoon introductions in the back.
Deadpool, branded as both hero and villain. Deadpool was once a badass mercenary named Wade Wilson. After being recruited into the Weapon X program, Wade was subjected to experiments that gave him awesome regenerative powers and drove him batshit crazy. Today, the man with the mouth traveled the globe in search of fortune and chimichangas.
I think my favorite was actually Cable. Oh, he's like an interesting mix of metal and a human. I forgot. Like the movie didn't do him justice the way this game did. That was interesting. That was pretty cool. Pretty sweet. Alright. Come on, game. You can do it. Okay. My actual game, Mr. Arton Alexis, is this. Let me see. This is when I crazy shooting mode. Oh, there comes a GPU crash. So that definitely have to start tomorrow. It's probably gonna take me a full day tomorrow to fix. Because I can only guess what the problem is, and I already looked at this ones before, and I just wasn't sure what to do. So for now, I'll just run it in a simple non-ray tracing mode, where I know everything works fine. Yeah. The Cable was much more fun in that game than the movie. In the movie, Cable was kind of like, nah, it wasn't that exciting. But in that game, once we get into the story there, Ooh, that was a lot more fun. The favorite part of the game was at some point Cable was telling Deadpool like the whole. I don't want to spoil it actually too much. There's just too many jokes in there. I'll leave it on for when I get to it. But it was just fun. It's basically Cable in that game is a straight guy, meaning he's a like in the setup he's a serious guy, and then Deadpool is a jokester. So they have fun interplay because of that. Boom. Now I could actually right now work on optimizing this particular render, because this render is dropping way too many frames now at 4K with all the little stepper objects flying around like crazy. I could work on mesh instancing to help optimization for this mode, to reduce all the draw calls down to 1. Yeah, unfortunately I'm not allowed to work on Deadpool game. That's an actual IP. You can't just work on stuff like that as an indie. You have to make your own character. That is not going to fly. I'm not sure if I'm liking the wall pieces. I think the wall piece was a bit too chunky. Oh, maybe it's okay. I don't know. I feel like you get too much in the way. Maybe I sliced off too much of that wall. But I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Yeah, also I had the gamepad input for inventory menus. But I only began to work on it. Like all the keyboard mouse control that works fine, just fine. That is not a problem. Even have like a shift click, automatically moves to where it can. So that's cool. But the more I'm working on the game, the more I'm enjoying using the gamepad. And because of that, I'm actually thinking maybe I don't even need to have those complicated inventory setup. It's more like every time you pick up an item, you can just choose immediately if you want to keep it or not. And that way you avoid all the complexities of inventory implementation. Maybe. I'll have to think about it. Also, when it comes to gamepad, I did read the Steam review that something like 15 of users on Steam have gamepad, but most of them don't. So definitely need to make sure that the mouse still works. Which you fixed an important mouse bug today. You can actually use keyboard to move around with WSD. And then you can still use the mouse to aim. I have full keyboard control. We can just press 1 as a shortcut and it will fire in the direction where you're going on next to nearest target. I should probably just sleep on it and tomorrow fix the GPU crash, because that is obnoxious. That is very disappointing. Buy Marvel, yeah. Well, the thing is, buy Marvel nowadays means buy it from Disney or buy the whole Disney. Yeah, good luck with that. Maybe once Disney completely goes bankrupt, but that's gonna be a while. $1 billion, man. I don't know. Disney might need more than that, but yeah. I guess maybe if you just mind. But even then, given how much the movies are making, that might be hundreds of billions. But it's okay. You can always come up with your own one. It's not a problem. They ain't a problem. So I'm wondering, what could I do? Oh, I just remembered. I can actually install development NVIDIA driver, and I think with that I can enable additional ray tracing debugging features. Another idea to consider, actually. So when you're working in Vulkan mode, oftentimes what you need to do actually is to enable the extra validation layers, and that will throw you in extra warnings when you're doing something incorrectly. What the hell is this? Yeah, it looks like I am seeing some issues. Oh, that would explain why I'm getting crashes. That would definitely explain a few things. Okay, chill. Oh my goodness, dude. You know, at some point I spent like just 2 weeks straight, I think, just thinking about 100 different warnings from Vulkan validation layers. Along, I fixed a lot of good issues with that too, but man, that took a while to clean up. Oh yeah, for the item exchange for sure. You do like a quick little setup. There's a game that recently does that. It's in development. Let me see, what was it? Because it almost looks like close in genre to me. Let me see. Recently played. No. Oh, Heretical Playtest. There you go. They did that. It's more like roguelike RPG, action RPG. In that case, you choose one item at a time. Oh, here I notice is that I had one significant improvement to my game, which this game doesn't have. When it comes to input of movement, I'll show you once the game starts. Start the game. Yeah, it's fine. At least this one quicker takes you into the game, into the action. So this is where you little dude. I'm still not happy how jerky animation is. And like, if I had something like that in my game, I would fix it just immediately. I wouldn't wait for nothing. Like, it looks fine when you move around, like, but once you do the, like, tiny motions, what is that, dude? Like, what is that? But anyway, what I notice is that in my game, if you're like on the edge and you're trying to move forward, my character will actually go around, and you're not gonna have any problems. But here you can be stuck like on this tiny little edge, right? And then check out what happens in my game. When she's just facing like the side of the wall. Actually, I need to close this. Vulkan validation layers tank your game frame rate really hard. It's like when my character comes close to the wall, like here, she just goes around automatically, or like she goes into the wall just straight, right, like this. She just either takes one side or the other. Like here, she just went around, and it's more visible when you have debug lines on. I don't want this. So now I can see this black line going straight, right? And the moment, actually need to slow it down. So here's a debug line going straight, right? And when she's about to hit the wall there, like just like a little bit, you will see this line just going around suddenly. So if you're just stuck on this just a little bit, let me go to this verification. Like where she will just run to the side of the edge of the wall right here. Just immediately just goes around. Because they do a detection like, oh, you're close to the edge? Well, just go around it, dude. Like, why you get stuck for no reason? It's like, it's difficult to be stuck on the edge of the wall because I'm just helping you out that much. I'm just like, just go around, dude. Why are you suffering? So at full speed, it feels pretty smooth. You just go around. You don't even notice that you're going around the wall. You just think that you're smart, but actually the character goes around for you. Unless you're like, if they're really stuck, like in the middle of the wall to be stopped. Whereas if you're like here, and you push that, you just swing around the edge. But in this game, you can see how you just stuck here. Like even the edge of the wall. It's not only until you're just completely out of the touch. It's just so odd. Like when I used to have the same problem in my game, and I was like, dude, no, I'm not playing like that. Yeah. Because I'm playing a game, this building game that I enjoy to play, so if I feel something getting in my eye, I was like, dude, this is going out of it immediately. So this is still in development, but it looks very promising. Oh yeah, so the item thing. Looks like I didn't get an item yet. Maybe next time. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is the way they let you choose. Do you want to keep the item that you have on you on the right, or you take one on the left? So you press a new one. Boom. And this one is just new weapons, so it's fine. Yeah, so you just choose one at a time. With control, just makes it really easy. And that idea, I do like it, actually. And that's very cute to have like a little video tutorial. I can definitely look into that. That's not a problem. Use right stick to select a new target. Ooh. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Yeah, yeah. What does A do? It's like a dash. But yeah. Yeah, so like almost like the main principle of thing, the big benefit will be from my game, just that it just move all that quality of life just so hard. I don't let any of that faster around just suffer. Okay, I have. Oh, looks like, yeah. Yeah, so this item selection is kind of cute. The only thing I have with that is that half of my game is having a different look on your character. So as good as that is, I mean, I could make it work where underneath each item you would have a different look to the character based on what item you take on, so you can see it right away. I could definitely make it work. And that would simplify a lot of things. But that's more like a roguelike style. It's not really action RPG outside of roguelike. I don't know if I want to make a roguelike. I don't know about that. You know what I noticed in this game? Like when I swing to do damage, the enemies don't particularly react to the swing of the damage at all. Like here I swing, I get 16, but that's the only reaction I get. Like there's no reaction to the which is so odd. It's like, yeah, you do damage, but there's no like visual physical reaction to your actions. Yeah. So like when you swing, it feels like an empty swing. Even though the sound is okay, like sound is not what's missing, just that the reaction to it. Or if there's just none. Yeah, alright. Alright. But at least it's one of the better action RPGs, actually. It's actually promising. But it's being made by a team of like, I don't know, 10 people. Alright, so things I could consider working on. For tomorrow. Fix ray tracing GPU crash. Mesh instancing for non-ray tracing renderer. Yeah, that number is cute, but it's, yeah. Like nowadays, like my game has numbers, but I don't even have time to notice it because all I see is just things just blowing up left and right. One other thing I wanted to do was the full screen support specifically for the purpose of 1K resolution running on integrated GPUs. Since my 4K monitor 1K window doesn't look good. That would be cool. And the cool thing for that was actually 1K full screen support, which tells you like what APIs you can use to get all this information, such as acquire full screen exclusive mode. Boom. And there's some samples online, you can look it up as well. There you go. Now, in terms of priority, definitely want to do this crash fix first, but that one is hard because it's hard to prove when you fixed it. That one's going to be a challenge. But you know what? That Vulkan thing actually gave me a good clue. By the way, if you turn on this Vulkan tool for most tools and engines, you will see just a spam of messages, absolute spam. Like in this case, I'm getting the spam of the same message over and over. Usually get just thousands of different ones. Yeah, the task for like especially working in the game is pretty large because I'm honestly taking on a pretty large task of the game. It's not like a simple one, so we're just a lot of work. I mean, it's almost tempting to simplify the whole inventory management unless I leave it off to the mouse. Then the mouse will be fine. All right, bro. Okay. Maybe this is what's crashing. Maybe that is what's crashing. I remember doing this fix before and having issues. Yeah, I remember keep trying to adjust this number to try to fix it, and I just kept not getting it right. I'm after it up in this damage a bit, in this API a bit more. Let's see. No, still complaining, but different one. All right, how about this? Let's put a breakpoint here. And I think he'll be able to tell me when it's not gonna hit in my messages. Let's see. Let's keep this here. Okay. Build. Is the skin build? Which one is it? No, it's not a skin build. Oh, is that the top level one? Oh, it has to be that. So this is actually a drawing path for ray tracing, which is like completely radically different. It's like there's no pipelines, no, well, there's one, I guess. But there's no switching between shaders. Instead, you upload everything, all the shaders for all objects that you can ever have. All right, fine, I'm gonna, oh, is it this one that's freaking out? It was deep Vulkan code. Yeah. I think this is where it's gonna hate me. Jesus Christ, Vulkan. Jesus Christ, Vulkan. Yeah, take care, man. Have fun. Still not seeing it. Huh. Yeah, this is a good time probably to end it anyway. Just one more poke. Well, there you go. Whatever. I'll do this on the fresh hat tomorrow.